Hello. Happy Wednesday. I know that the going live notification posed this as a question, but I do believe that my audio, well, it's still going to sound terrible because there's an awful echo in this space, but I don't think I can reproduce yesterday's issue anymore. Somewhere between restarting my computer and unplugging and replugging all of my USB devices, everything seems to work fine. Hi, J-Man. Welcome in. I spent a couple hours today just with OBS running, recording with all my audio running the way it normally does, and I could not reproduce what happened yesterday. So maybe a weird software thing that a restart fixed, or maybe unplugging and replugging USB cable fixed something. I don't know. One of those two things was the fix, but I do not know what started it. But I haven't been able to reproduce it this morning, so I'm going to say it's fixed. All right. Oh, excuse me. We're off to a good start. Already yawning. We didn't get much done yesterday, but I believe where we left off was that I've got... What did we do? We built this thing. Right. We were working on getting this cobalt chromium alloy going, and we need the cobalt chromium alloy for... It's used for the big drills, right? For the big phosphorus extractor. Yeah, the big phosphate mine needs the cobalt chromium alloy. And I need this because the keep an ear out for any issue just started pi hard blocks going to be destroyed. Yeah, no worries. I should be able to, like, when it was breaking, all of the meters on OBS were going weird, so I should be able to notice it. But sometimes I'm super focused on the game and I don't notice things. Yeah, we need the phosphorus to keep this running, and this is our paramagnetic material that we're going to need for the next tier. I believe it's used for blue chips and a bunch of other things. Side note, YAFC doesn't like pi block. Interesting. I feel like that is surprising, because pi block is mostly just pi. I forget why I built this. Anyway, so today... It still thinks Phaology is pi psi 1. Yeah, you probably have to flag some stuff as manually available. I think there's a guide somewhere in the Pi Discord that says what you have to do. What things you have to manually mark as available to make pi block work. I have vague recollections of this when I was trying to play with pi block a little bit. All right. So this isn't running because we don't have fuel rods and blah, 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 blah. A bunch of stuff is broken, but fundamentally what's broken is the antimony to fuel rod to silver back through a couple more steps to antimony loop. So what I want to do today, while we're waiting for this thing, well, this is not going to be able to run because all of those things are vaguely broken. First things first, we need to upgrade the antimony build. You just switch to Hellmod for now? Yeah, that's probably fine. I don't know. I mean, Hellmod is better at looping recipes than it used to be, right? As far as the antimony upgrade, it's everything down here. From Antimony Pulp 3 on down is the new stuff, so I just have to request the right number of buildings here. The other thing we could think about, and I'm not sure if I want to try to do this or not, is we can Obviously, if we prod mod this, it's a lot of coke. But, like, we can beacon efficiency. And I looked at that briefly yesterday. If we grab an AM5, FM5 beacon with efficiency modules in it, I mean, that's still 70 coke. What YAFC doesn't model that I think you can do... Yeah, if two beacons have the same AM/FM frequencies, the signals will interfere and cancel each other out. So you can do multiple beacons on different frequencies. So, like, in addition to the 5, we could also do a 4. That's a lot of power, though. And, like, yes, we can afford some more power. I don't know how much more. Woo, what just turned off? All my particle accelerators just turned off. What are the chances that that is something that went wrong? Let's just check that, because I have zero faith. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's bad. I also have a lot of 239. Which one is this? The 242, which makes americium, which is a wanted output. Yay. Plutonium buffers, yup. I don't know if fun is the right word, but it's something. My concern is that we don't have a lot of the 238 left, although we do have lots of nuclear samples stashed away. I might have to just make more buffer for the 242, unfortunately. I know I was talking about this a couple of weeks ago. For now, it's fine. We'll play with it more if we have to. Like, we have a little bit of everything right now, so I'm not overly concerned about the failure. And once we get ourselves caught back up to, like, the to-do list, which is a ridiculous to-do list, but we'll start Fuel Rod Mark IIs eventually. I did do the math, and I would need a ridiculous number of warehouses to fully deal with that, yes. Although that depends how much of the Fuel Rod Mark IIs we're using and how much americium we pull through. I may also just need to accept that I need to do a little bit of plutonium, like, looping in the neutron capture, just not as much as I was doing before. That might also be a way to deal with the problem. But yeah, once we have Fuel Rod Mark IIs actually going, which are also blocked on this broken antimony setup, because coated containers here need the first tier of container, which needs lead antimony alloy. Once we have Fuel Rod Mark IIs really running, that'll start to pull some of the americium through, and that might be just enough to unblock the whole thing. We'll find out. Yeah, if not, I am going to have to do, again, just a little bit of neutron capture, but it's way less efficient doing it that way, so I'd rather not. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not like I'm doing anything with the uranium ore, but... All right, first things first, let's get into the mall. Let's get our requests in for the antimony upgrade, because that's going to be... a big thing. I'm not gonna try to do prod on it right now. We'll do other stuff though. So we need 6 hydrocyclones. We need 12 flotation cells. And what? Whoa, no. We need 11 grease tables. We need 15 centrifugal pans. And we need a total of 10 oxygen furnaces with efficiency modules, but we already have some here. We have 9. Okay. So we just need one more oxygen furnace with the efficiency modules. I don't think any of that is going to be awkward. I'm pretty sure all of it is stuff that we have already in our crafting list. Yeah, centrifugal pans, some already delivered. I know the basic oxygen furnace. I know we've used grease tables in other builds. So I think we are good. I think that's everything we're going to need. All right, while we're waiting for them all to catch up on that, let's label some stuff. That's always a good thing to do when I have some time to kill. Is this just liquid manure? This is just liquid... Oh, that's right. I forgot that I built this as a dedicated, like, separate standalone build, finally. What do we got here? This is this stuff, paramagnetic material. This is supercrystalline structures. Over here, I've got sodium alginate, which I don't even remember building this. I don't remember what it was for, but it's here. Is there anything else that looks unlabeled floating around? What about up here? Yes, we do have unlabeled things here. This is seaweed breeder. Yeah, I guess that's what I usually just call it, is the whatever module breeder. This is the Zippier breeder. And I believe we're only breeding up to tier 2 on the zips right now. Right? Yeah. And then over here is the Tricks breeder. Again, Mark II. Okay. Everything else up here is labeled except for this, which is empty fuel canisters. I never labeled that. That's a weird one. That's been around a long time. All right. I believe that is good as far as labeling things. There's some stuff over here I never labeled too, isn't there? Yeah, what's this? Plastic bars. Okay. Interesting. I don't remember when I built this. This has been around for a while, though, right? Yeah, 4,000 products finished. I think this is like effectively a void for effectively a void for lard. Although, oh yeah, this is a void for lard. This is just void lard to plastic. Okay. I don't remember making this, but I accept that it exists. Donk. And what else is unlabeled here? Most of this looks fine. I did something up here, didn't I, recently? Yeah, this is the new plastic bar build, the intentional one from nylon. And then this one, this is the one that needs to be eventually torn down, right? Yes, because we stopped requesting melamine. I need to mark this as a high priority, or we stopped requesting the inputs. I never marked this as a high priority station. We have another melamine somewhere. Isn't it over here somewhere? This is why I label everything. Yeah, this is the new melamine. Melamine resin, that's fine. Yeah, I think I needed to mark this one as a high priority so that this one would get used up first. And I never did. Because we want to use up the ammonia and cyanic acid here. Okay. I'm going to put that on the to-do list. Oh, it's labeled tear down old melamine. Reconnect the new build to rail network. Oh, did I disconnect the old, the new one? Okay. Did I? Oh, I did. Okay. So that's fine then. I don't have to mess with the priority. I just disconnected this one. So CyberSyn doesn't even see that there's melamine available here. I remember now. Is this done? Can I go get the stuff I need? Yes. Cool. I've killed enough time. Yeah, let's let the bots bring... Well, do I really need much here? I shouldn't, right? Because almost everything we're doing is fluid-based in the next stage. Yeah, we have like 2 solid outputs to deal with in the whole thing. That's fine. And at some point, I need to decide I either need to try to speed beacon antimony, or I need to start building one of the really efficient late game, like charcoal briquettes or something like that. Either one of those would let me start prodding the antimony final step as well. This upgrade does make us more efficient in terms of our like total silver consumption, but it is still... the more we can prod, the better. I might also have to start stacking the plastic coming into this, now that I'm looking at this. Or switch this to 2 belts, one with plastic and one with Coke. But yeah, we have 20 plastic bars, 7 1/4 Coke. So that's more than half a red belt plastic there. All right, that's fine. And this is the stage 2 stuff, and the other is the 58.3% concentrate. Yeah. I'm gonna want to change how I do my pipes for the stage 2, almost certainly. So we'll play with that a little bit. Because the 58.3% concentrate is the only thing we're actually going to output. Ooh, I have a little bit of the pulp stage 2 in here. I didn't realize this. I don't care. We're not voiding that much of it. And then this runs all the way back here. This belt we can get out of the way for now. So we are going to have a couple more fluid inputs that are new to this process. We're going to have Aerofloat 15, which we don't currently have. We're going to have kerosene, and we're going to have grease. And then this is the Dowfroth 250, and that's the one that's causing problems at the moment. Where is the Dowfroth going? Down to here? Oh yeah, that's fine. That's needed at that stage. You can collect driftwood. It looks like seaweed, but there is a separate driftwood that you can pull out of the oceans. It might still be possible to soft block yourself, but I did that to myself the first time I played Pie Block. And didn't realize that one of the things floating in the water was driftwood. What do we need? Aerofloat, kerosene, and grease. Just restarted and are letting it run in the background? Yeah. I mean, it's Pie Block. Running in the background is what it does best. All right. That should be fine. Yeah, I mean, other than being out of Dowfroth, but we'll deal with that when the time comes. What are you? Oh, you're the output of which one? The Antimony Pulp 2. No. This is the 58.3% on this one. Okay. So So the 58.3% is like our final output that's going to go to the... Words are hard. Go to the... the basic oxygen furnaces. The antimony pulp 2, we're gonna, I mean, just need to kind of reroute what's in these pipes here. We're still gonna need to effectively split this with an overflow. We're just gonna do it in a different place. So our next step is going to be 6 hydrocyclones. Did I not actually do the research for this? Am I an idiot? Hey, guess what? Oh, I hate when I do that. Oops. Oops, indeed. Fortunately, what I can do... Unfortunately... Factorio doesn't let you flag blueprints as don't actually build these, let them just sit around. But I can get all my buildings with their recipes.
Streamer brain strikes again.
Streamer brain strikes again. True. Well, and yesterday I was a little distracted with the technical difficulties, right? I'm gonna blame that. All right, and then this can be our actual output here. Probably didn't have to change this part at all, but... Okay. And then we also need pressurized water. That is pressurized air. Supposedly, I already have pressurized water here. Oh, no, I don't. I'm an idiot. Shoot. Yeah, I don't remember. That was something I learned about from a chatter. And I am very, very glad that I did. It saves a bunch of time doing finicky pipe things. All right, so this gives us stage 3 and the low concentrate. And that's our only outputs, right? That is our only outputs on these. The low concentrate, we're gonna stick to the side for a bit because we don't need that right away. But the stage 3... we'll move on to the next ones. These next 3 steps are like all ratioed. Okay, how big is a flotation cell? Where's the one for antimony stage 4? Could I make this work? Yes. Do I want to try? Not really. Kind of screws up the whole layout if I try to push this into direct. Oh, that's an earlier phase. I'm like, wait, where's this recipe coming from? Actually, yeah, anything that, I have a pressure pump, and I think this is for a different build. It is. It's for the neuromorphic chips. But I'm going to use this. Yeah, exactly. If the buildings were more like the same size, or even if they were slightly different sizes, but the pipes lined up better, I would DI it. But in this case, meh. Almost like I planned it. I didn't, but it was almost like it. Okay. The stage 3 needs to come out. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty dense, which is fine. As long as we can get, you know, some year I will learn where the C and X keys are on a keyboard. I touch tape. I have no problem hitting the C and X keys correctly when I'm not playing video games. But for whatever reason, as soon as you put me in front of Factorio, all right. And then this is tailings. Tailings is a new output that we're going to have to deal with. Do any of these ones have outputs? No. None of these ones have solid outputs yet. I thought there was a solid output. Oh, it's the next stage. Okay, the next stage outputs pyrite. That's fine. Yeah, when I was in school, they still were putting us down in front of computers and teaching us to type. That was very much a... Whoops, I need to actually copy this. Sorry. All right, kerosene and grease. We're going to have to hook up over here. We'll deal with that momentarily. You know what I haven't been doing while I've been doing all these? I've not been running power poles. Ooh, that's fine. These ones will just be offset. Managed to get 100. That's, I mean, 100 words per minute is actually pretty good. That's about where I'm at. Did I screw something up? Oh, I did. That's fine. There's not that much of this left in here. As soon as I hook it up to the pipes, it'll get used. It'll get pulled through. So let's just do that first. Let's do that right now so that this train can get out of the way. Oh, except we have yet another train full of Aerofloat. Never mind. That's not going to get done. Yeah, that one will empty. The next one, though, is going to get stuck. Vacuum. No, that's pressurized water. What do these ones want? Pressurized air. There is pressurized air in the system here. And the next stage wants that as well. Okay. This is where I need to do the thing where I put a pump and another tank on the thing and how much do I need to pull out? What are we sitting on here? 21,000. Okay. So we can just use one of these. Grumble, 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 grumble. And then grease looks like it's going to need the same. Really? I didn't have grease hook? Oh, yep. Boy. I really screwed some of that up, didn't I? Let's get the grease table here figured out. Eight, 11 of those, I believe. Yep. And then we'll pull grease through. And then same thing, I'm gonna have to help this train. Yeah, get out of here. Do I have a good place to do that? Yeah, I think so. How about right there? All right, no trains with this stop. I think everything is considered actually in stock now. May as well finish hooking some of this stuff up while we're at it. Boy, I'd really love to be able to put this pipe right here. Actually, that one's a little funky. I think we're gonna have to go up and over with this one. That's fine. Kerosene, and then we also need kerosene in this stage, right? Yeah. Oh, nope, had it right the first time. So how are we doing here? That just wants the antimony pulp. Wants the antimony pulp. Making sure all of these have all of their other ingredients in them. Yes. And then these are going to output the 11% concentrate and pyrite. Be careful to make sure the pipes are actually connected, because I've definitely put pipes up here on these buildings before. And how much? Oh, these output almost no pyrite. Okay. I just almost did the same thing with the inserters. Hi, Selfren. Welcome in. So this is going to be a waste product, I guess. So it'll go right up here. We're going to have... I might have to make this a little bit longer because we do have 2 new waste products. We have the pyrite coming out of these, of which we only make like 1.5 a second, but it's just there in the way. And then the other one is we're going to have tailings coming out of one of these right here. This is the tailings, and that's also a waste product. I believe that's it for waste products, though. So, pickup station. I don't know if I have a pyrite void. I mean, I'm going to copy the void logic anyway. Worst case is I find out later on that this whole thing falls over because we don't have a pyrite void. Pyrite greater than 10k, right? You stack to 100? Yeah. This is all gonna change. This is gonna change. Gonna change. Gonna change. Probably also gonna change. Whopping 1.5 pyrite a second is just 1 inserter. There we go. That should be fine. Boy, this is a mess of signals here. And then for our last output for the other fluid byproduct, I can already tell this isn't going to fit. Yep. That is why we have been building our various ore processing like in these big areas like this, because I want to have space to add extra inputs and outputs to them as we upgrade them with higher tier processes. So I knew that I would eventually have to make this longer. Okay, and that'll be the tailings output. Tailings is this one. Oop, and I lost it. Where's my pipe? There we go. All right. Do we have any more stuck trains? Nope, just the one that was stuck before, I think. Can you make a deconstruction planner that just... Is that what you need to just do? and then have that in your inventory and use that as your default deconstruction. Just put it in your hotbar. But then that doesn't come up when you press Alt-D, right? You have to learn to hit your new shortcut. Last step, okay, 15 centrifugal pans. That's you. That's you. And we need none of those. Of course, this doesn't actually reach this far. But it also doesn't reach there. Okay, so this is, I guess we're doing 2. Ugh. Ugh. I really need to switch to the Nextlit power poles. Like, this is unacceptable. It's not like I can't get... I mean, at this point, I have plenty. Sometimes you just have to, like, convince yourself that things aren't expensive anymore when you've been playing a world for 800 hours. My brain's just like, you can't do that. That's so expensive. It's not expensive. I am still using jerky and meat, but honestly, I kind of always need to get rid of meat, so... Well, somewhere... Ah, there it is. I was like, somewhere there's still an odd... an odd pipe. But I found it. Always tap another patch and use more meat. That is true. That is very true. All right, this is the last processing step. So this is the 58.3%, which... Is that also this pipe? No, that's the output pipe. Where's the other 58.3%? Right here. And that comes into our BOFs. From the 58.3 and oxygen, and yes, this one. I actually want the fluids to come in on, well, what will be the output side. I guess it doesn't matter really one way or the other. But it's just a little bit easier with the output to do it this way. Because I've got... Well, no, I'm only going to have one belt of input, so I guess it doesn't really matter. In some of these, I've had to do some weird routing because they've had some funky inputs, but I don't know if that's actually going to be an issue with this particular. And then, yeah, we'll take our input belt along the top and our output. Our input needs to be a fast belt for sure. Our output is 1/10 of like 26 and a half items. So, Oh, and that also means that it needs to be this. All right. The output belt gets double-sided. Is it just me or the sound effects super satisfying? The sound effects in this game are super satisfying. Love the sound design in this game. Let's get some of these guys on plastic duty. And that should work. Some of the machines are very loud. I think that's mostly a Pi issue more than a... Yeah, some of the Pyanodon's sounds are definitely very loud. And split that. Take this right up here. I almost wonder if I should... 20 a second. Yeah, I'm gonna replace this with a high throughput station. We're up to 20 items a second. That's like... It's not quite 2 belts. It's a belt and a half, but... May as well. And then, how much ash is there? Only 7 1/4 a second. This can be a yellow belt. Oh look, this belt is going exactly where it was before. There was absolutely no need for me to move that. Still waiting on the day I finally cave and switch to loaders? Yeah. The problem is... What does this consume? 0.15 grease per minute. These ones consumed like something annoying, stripped distillates. Grease is actually less annoying because I think I have less demand on my heavy oil products. But I might wait until I have express loaders, and that way if I'm gonna plumb a lubricant through my whole base, then it'll just have to be the final tier. But yeah, this is what we're gonna have to do is switch over to loaders eventually. But yeah, it's the fuel consumption. Well, in-game considered a fuel consumption, but I think it's really supposed to be lubricant that I have been avoiding dealing with. This is the same one that's been stuck, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is as done as it's going to be until the science finishes. Science is blocked on vat brains. Vat brains are blocked on, I don't know, doesn't really matter. No, they're not that far away. Well, they're behind the next science pack. Let's not pretend that the next science pack is ever close. But okay. Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock. I am going to step away and get some water during the break. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because I think pre-roll ads are stupid. When we come back from the break, I want to go around and I want to fix some of the prioritization in the silver antimony loop to make sure that this is all going to keep working correctly long term once we fix our shortages. So we'll run around the base and make some of those changes when we're back soon. I appreciate everyone sticking around, and I'll see y'all shortly. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate sticking around. I feel like I looked at this yesterday. What do we have here? 6 a second on 2. I should probably drop a third inserter here, I think, is what we need to do. Because this is still, like, backed up, and we still have demand for more Augs, right? We're out of brains again. So the more critters we can be bringing in, and the more quickly we can bring them in, the better. We do have a Trits expansion that will also help with brains once we have more Trits coming through. You know, any animal that we expand, we will get more. Yeah, we're gonna have, I think I have a Dingrits expansion in my to-do list as well. No, the Dilmos. But like the Dilmos are also intended to just be slaughtered, I think. So that's fine. Do they have brains? Do Dilmos even have brains? No. Okay. Oh well. Yeah, they're way down the list. We've got Trits, we've got Zips, we've got Yotoy. I think the Dilmos were blocked on the Yotoy, not on the Bodos. I don't remember. Don't remember. Okay. Let's, while we're waiting for science to catch up, let's do a little bit of running around fixing things. I want to make sure, basically, that from silver plate production here through to and all of the inputs to antimony and then back through into fuel rods and then, well, fuel rods back into silver, that whole loop is correctly set as like high priorities so that those things will won't starve each other. Anything else that needs those things might not run. But like right now, silver's running super slowly because it's not getting enough fuel rods, and fuel rods are blocked on lead containers, which are blocked on antimony, right? That's why we're upgrading antimony, but we also want to make sure that that loop is prioritized through the process. I guess we can start at this end, right? And I need to double check the CyberSyn docs. For how the station control mode works. Second set of inputs and outputs allows request thresholds to be set per cargo. Yeah, I want to do the other thing. If a station combinator receives a priority signal as input, it will apply that priority to each cargo signal it is receiving as input. Okay. But that's also the threshold amount. So I need to make sure that if I'm gonna do a station control, then the input to this needs to be 1. I actually don't want to use that. I'll use a normal constant combinator. That'll be easier. So the priority signal, high priority. What's the default priority? Is it 0? It's 0. Okay, so 1 is fine. And then the thing that we want to be high priority, in this case, it is the Dowfroth 250. And the request threshold for that is still 25,000. And that should mean that we don't change the request thresholds at all. But we do flag this as the high priority input. Cool. Let's get that in our copy and paste buffer, and let's go to the Dowfroth 250. And we're just going to go all the way around the loop of these dependencies until we get back to antimony, basically. So at Dalfroth 250, the input for that is going to be ethylene glycol. Dalfroth is like up here, right? Yes. So I want this turn off. I'm impressed with myself, realizing that that was my turn. Oh, I just walked right past Augs. I should have done them when I was there. Oops. Added that extra inserter to their output because they're slightly bottlenecked. Here we go. You get same thing, except ethylene glycol. We continue. I'm doing these in order rather than doing them based on which ones are near each other so that I don't miss any. I don't want to be trying to plot a weird route around the base, so it's not going to be the most efficient in use of time, but it is the most efficient in use of my brain power. Ethylene glycol here needs... It's going to be silver bar, and I forget if that threshold is in... Should be in stacks still, even when it's station control, I think. And then we loop back around to the silver bars. Which are down near antimony, but everything else is kind of down in that corner of the base anyway, so we just kind of loop all the way around and end up back where we were. I'm not quite far enough past that train. There we go. So a lot of trains zooming around, which is a good sign that the base is mostly functional right now. I get nervous when I don't see trains. All right, as far as I know, the only thing that's an input to silver that depends on silver is this loop that I'm closing up here. So that's going to be one of these input, this one. Yeah. Fuel rods. And then over at fuel rods, we will set them to have lead containers as a high priority input. And then the lead containers need to have the lead antimony alloy. And lead antimony alloy is right over here, and that will be a priority input for antimony. And then the loop is closed. And everything all the way around, whenever things are available, should be trying to close the loop on Should be trying to close the loop on the silver. And I think that's what I want. I think silver is important enough at this point that if I let that fall over, enough things are going to break that it's better to say, like, if we ever have a shortage of fuel rods, keep making silver, and we'll let the rest of the base suffer a little bit. Because, yeah, we're still running this process, and this is just so grossly inefficient. I think it's possible that we just kind of got stuck in a death spiral, where we're making super inefficient silver, so we can't make enough antimony, so we can't make fuel rods, so we can't make better silver. On and on and on. So I'm hoping that as soon as we have enough silver for a delivery of silver, I don't know how close we are to that right now. Not looking great. That'll help get ethylene glycol out the door again. Yeah, that's almost ready for a delivery. And then the Dow froth is probably also sitting on, like, the better part of a delivery. It is. And then the antimony will run through and loop. Do I want to grab half a trainload of silver and deliver this by hand? I kind of do. Although I kind of also want to see the system working. Oh, you know what I can do, actually? This is funny. If we take this and we say that our threshold for silver is 10 stacks, we should get a train dispatched. Yeah. So it'll just deliver that half a load up here. And then I should be able to see the whole system, like, correctly prioritizing each stage, which is what I want to see. And then I can turn this back to 20 stacks later. I want to see the loop closing. While we're watching all of that, this is done. Expand phosphate rock mining, I can't really do until this fixes itself, right? Because the supercrystalline structure needs fuel rods, and we're not making fuel rods because the silver antimony loop is busted. So we can't really fix phosphate. I could just do the neuromorphic chip build. Fuel rod Mark II also blocked on this whole loop. Hey, CapEx. Welcome in. Cool, that got a little extra, that's fine. Oh, hopefully that's enough to kickstart the loop. Back on Pi, oh yeah. Every once in a while, I need to take a couple days off from Pi, because it is a lot, but I do enjoy it, so I do intend to try to finish it, obviously, at this point. Is there anything I can do to make this better? Like, does any of this prod the steps? Does the step that uses silver prod? That's really the question. It does not. No, none of these steps prod. Thanks, Pyanodon. None of the other inputs to this look busted. No, that's all sitting fine. So I think once we get... Are there other ethylene glycol recipes? I don't think there are. I think I looked into this. There is not. It is the one recipe, and chloroethanol is the one recipe. And ethylene chlorohydrin is the one recipe. Okay, so silver is just a hard requirement. Seeing your train and the setup you have for the stations inspiring me to set up a full Cybersyn train network blueprint. Nice! Hey, there we go. All right, ethylene glycol getting made. We are up to 25k, so train should be dispatched. Train has been dispatched. Is this anywhere near here? It actually kind of is near here. All right. Cybersyn did not pick the furthest possible train. Contemplate chromium. I contemplated chromium. It looked fine. I looked at it briefly yesterday. We may still need to upgrade chromium, but right now it seems okay. And I think I was a little bit surprised by that because I was expecting it to be broken. But is it not over here? I thought it was near nickel. Oh, it is. I'm just blind. It seems like it's running fine, and there's plenty of like chromium in the outputs. So if we're running low, it's very like bursty. We do eventually need to upgrade this anyway, right? Because I think for our next tier of circuits, we're gonna start to need gold. Yeah. And gold comes from chromium. If I recall correctly. Yeah. So this is going to end up being like the lead silver build, is we're going to end up with a chromium gold build, and we're going to have to figure out how to make sure we're getting both metals out at the ratios we need. And that is going to be necessary for circuits, but I don't think it's necessary that we revisit chromium immediately. I think we have enough. Did the Dow froth get its delivery? It did. It's frothing. Really, I want to see... Where am I? Oh, this is silver, yeah. Really, I want to see the antimony start running well again, and then I think the whole system will be fine. This uses more Dow froth in total now because we're now using it in 2 stages, but it's so much more antimony out that I think this is gonna like resolve our issues once it runs. But we need to see the loop close. Obviously, that's just gonna be like a delivery of Dow froth, and then this whole system's gonna back up on antimony pulp 2 because there's no... The other recipes aren't even unlocked yet for another 12 minutes. Okay, what do I want to do? I can go just do the neuromorphic chip build. Or maybe we do start working on something new. Oh, I need a pressure pump because I used one that was in my inventory. Let's request that before I forget. Let's pop in YAFC real quick. Let's look at like the situation here. So neuromorphic chips, we've done the paramagnetic material build. That's not running full speed yet because this is what's blocked on additional phosphate rock. Yeah. But I think it's probably sufficient that we can like kickstart the neuromorphic chips. So I think we can just do this build at this point. I think we have all of these things available in at least moderate quantities. Obviously, we still need to upgrade the optical fiber. That's waiting on a bunch of trits to be available. Some of the other things in here are probably further blocked on other things. But it's a bunch of brains that we don't really have right now. That's the other thing. Actually, that's a good... Maybe I don't want to start this until we have... I need these for what? These are for one of the other upgrades that we're working on. For the Dilmos, right. I need them for the upgraded Dilmo pools. And the Dilmos are really for vanadium pentoxide so that we can get our super steel up to snuff. Okay. That's not really urgent. I mean, it's all of this stuff is in service of blue chips, including getting military science, the additional Yotoi. The Yotoi upgrade is gated behind military science, and I need more Yotoi because the Dilmos consume it? Is that the... Dilmos do not consume Yotoi. Yes, they do. Yotoi aloe seeds. Lots of it in Dilmo food. Okay. That is why we need the Yotoi upgrade. Not all of this made it to the to-do list as context. Yeah, Yotoi research and expansion is gated under military science. The Trits upgrade is the one that I would really like, because that unblocks the neuromorphic chips in two ways. It gets us the extra optical fiber that we need, and it gets us more brains. I don't know if I looked all the way down like the optical fiber chain at like, okay, we get this to 6 a second. That needs 1.7 iron. Like, did I look at upgrading all of these stages? No, I didn't look into this. Okay. So this needs to be upgraded. Okay, we have some things to upgrade then. And then this brings in the cladded core. Doesn't one of these stages use a bunch of silver? And am I going to be very sad about that? Yes. Oh, I can prod this, though. Okay. Why am I not prodding this? I mean, boom. That's the same inputs. But it's enough. But this brings in the glass core, which is, I believe, what uses silver. Yeah, but we've already got one glassworks running. Well, we're going to use more silver because this is not running anywhere near full time, but nothing that uses silver is proddable. What's up with that? Also, is this a terrible idea? How does this recipe even work? This is probably very, very expensive. Yeah, I mean, yeah. None of it can be prodded. Okay, Brandon, you're getting distracted. We're not doing nucleosynthesis today. So glass core doesn't need to be upgraded. Cladded core just needs to be upgraded to new buildings and added prod. I should have done this a long time ago. And then iron niobium coating needs some more buildings, and I wasn't paying close attention, so I don't know. Let's grab this shopping list, and then I'll see how many I have at the iron niobium coating, and we can go from there. So here we have 2 of each machine. We need 5 of each and 2 electrolyzers. Okay. So that is 6 more automated factories, 1 electrolyzer, and 14 more prod modules. 6 more automated factories, 1 electrolyzer, and 14 more prod modules. All of that stuff is super craftable. Cool. While we were waiting for that, did the rest... No, this didn't finish yet. 5 more minutes. Ah. If we check on antimony, did we get our first delivery of Dowfroth? We have gotten, it looks like 2 deliveries of Dowfroth, actually. Okay. So the loop has closed on... Well, the loop isn't closed because we're not sending the antimony, but, like... At this point, probably all of our silver is going to, like... Whoops, sorry, bumped the mic. Is going to making Dowfroth, which is not ideal. But once we close the loop, it will... it should be okay, and we should start to have extra silver again. I hope. I don't know what to do if we don't. Like, do we have another lead or silver tech that's coming up? Lead 4 is... Because I think this is what we're already doing, which got us silver stage 2. Yeah, and lead 4 and silver 3 are gated behind prod science. So really the only thing I can do is scale up lead and silver if we need more coming through. That doesn't feel good. What else do I need to do? I could upgrade the actual optical fiber build, but there's not a lot of reason to do that before I upgrade trits. Like, because we're going to have to redo this whole thing to handle more trits processing. Also, why is this off? Because nothing is requesting trits. I don't know if I believe that. Maybe it's true. Okay, yeah, no, we have a lot of optical fiber. For now. For now. As soon as we start working on Circuit 2 and the neuromorphic chips again, we will run out. Okay. Yeah, maybe I should just do the neuromorphic chips build and just, 1, get all the stuff out of my inventory, and 2, starting to pull in all of the things that are necessary for that will... what am I trying to say? Pulling in like the optical fiber and things will encourage more animal processing to happening, which will unblock the brains that neuromorphic chips also need. So I think we gotta just get them set up over here. But let's do the upgrades first. Let's do the upgrades first. Just so that I'm done with them. The iron niobium coating and the cladded core. Especially since cladded core is not currently prodded, and that's a silver consumer. I would like to make sure that all of my silver consumers that can be prodded are prodded. I guess I could spend a few minutes in YAFC and double check that instead of doing it ad hoc. Do you have all of your stuff? You do have all of your stuff. Okay. So I think the first cladded core is like up here somewhere. I built it in a really weird spot. Yeah, it's up here. Why is it up there? I don't know. Woo, what did I just do? Okay. Need to turn that off. Somehow I just did some kind of like desktop gesture. Yeah, I think it's actually a hot corner just because my monitors are laid out differently than they usually are. So like I have corners and quote unquote real corners in places that I didn't have corners before. And it might just be a hot corner. Okay, we got stuff going. That's looking good. Antimony 11% concentrate made. Okay. And guess what? I didn't actually hook up these pipes. Cool. Let's go do the cladded core first, because I'm already here, and then I'll go down there and fix my buggy pipes. Well, they're not really buggy, they're non-existent, but... Cool. 20% more free. And all it costs is an ungodly electricity bill. What's the best way to get there from here? Do I go this way or do I go around this way? They're both kind of awful. I guess this way. Oh, am I really out of pipes? Wow. Does that mean that some pipes here didn't actually end up in place? Yes, it does. Oops. I didn't realize that. So where are we disconnected? Here. Oh, and I don't have pipes. Cool. That's fine. It's just the last two of them that are not going to be hooked up. Oh, no. That's just me hooking this whole thing up wrong. Awesome. Cool. Glad I did that. What is the best way to deal with this? I'm just gonna... I hate to do this, but that's what we're gonna do. And then this is the Dow froth. So this needs to come through here. Oh, of course. Now are these all gonna run? Yes. The question is, once these run, does this all look good? Do we have enough? No, I didn't hook oxygen up either. Jeez, Brandon. It's almost like I've never played this game before. It really feels like that sometimes. Okay, and then I have to hook these last few up. I don't have the pipes for that right now. Put that at the top of the to-do list so I remember it. But that is a lot of antimony coming out of this now, which is really good to see. So it should not take too long for this to start, like, actually getting itself ready. In theory, it's like 20 a second. In practice, I don't know, slightly less than that right now because we're at 70% capacity. So like 14 a second maybe is all we're getting out. Okay, let's find the cladded... It's down here, isn't it? Yeah, iron niobium coating. There it is. We'll get everything in place for that to be at the scale it needs to be. Antimony fixed for like 5 hours. Yeah, that's what it's gonna feel like, isn't it? Cool. And this, I mean, this is just going to fill up its new belts, right? There's nothing really, there's not a lot that's going to be flowing through here, so I don't think we're going to be pulling through from the other upgraded cladding build yet. All right, and what we should see is this immediately gets sent to lead antimony alloy. But I think we've closed the loop on the silver. I don't think it's feasible for the long-term survival of the base to like be patching things like that, trying to do priorities. I've tried really hard to make sure that I always have enough of everything. But it is the unfortunate reality that silver is still really hard to make a lot of. And we just got to cope with that. Could we potentially get more from soot? Because that's a thing, right? Like... Yeah, that's a thing. But I don't think I'm making excess ash right now. Silver is a pain point for a long time, yeah. I mean, what I could do, and this is stupid, but I could do it, is I have this. This is literally just mining raw coal to turn it into ash. This ash does not get filtered down into soot right now. And I don't know if I would want to do that, like, on rails. But I could take exactly this concept and do it again. And process that ash to soot. It also makes a bunch of coal dust, which, like, we can also burn the coal dust. A bunch of iron oxide, whatever. We actually, at this point, can fold iron oxide into our normal iron processing. So, in theory, I could, like, grab a, 2 belts of raw coal or something silly and potentially turn that into a bunch of silver, or not a bunch of silver, a trickle of extra silver. There's not much of a reason not to just soot to silver it. Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't want to overwhelm what is supposed to be a void by having a bunch of, like, intentional flow into this system. Because then if I do have excess ash, it's not going to get properly taken care of. So I would want to make it a standalone build rather than, yeah. But other than that, like, it's not like it's a ton of power. All right, let's just look at this in YAFC. Let's see how big this has to be to make, like, a reasonable amount of silver. So if we scale this to raw coal, what are my belts stacked to right now? 5. So a whole belt is 75 a second. That's silly, but sure. And then add fuel usage for steam. We need to deal with the cooling. That's fine. And then the ash gets separated. We also burn the coal dust. Oh, that's only a trickle of iron oxide. Right, exactly. And then we want to pull silver plate out. See, this is the problem. Is this is a fully stacked, admittedly yellow belt for this much silver. Like, it really is a trickle. This would have to be a huge build. This would be a field of boilers. And yes, we do want to burn the coal raw because we want we want the most ash possible out of it, so we want to use the worst fuel. Even if I did 2 full red belts, I mean 0.2 silver a second. What does this system make? Yeah, it's not even 10% boost. Space is free. This is true. We could overflow. Yeah, we could add steam engines, and this would probably be self-powering. Can I do that? If I say generate electricity and link electricity, it is. It's self-powering. That's delightful. Yeah. It is. Well, it's not. And this doesn't include the power for the miners, which, I mean, let's do that. Set fixed production amount, 300. Yeah, it does not make enough electricity. Does it? Oh, yes, it does. There we go. Sorry, I just had something screwed up. There we go. That's about as close to ZI silver as you can get. Oh, you can prod ash separation. Oh, and now it's no longer... I mean, if we just get rid of the cooling water and the void... Yeah, we still need to bring in a lot of power, because with the prod on the ash separation... That's a silly build. That's a silly build for not a lot of silver. I will keep in mind that I can do this, but I think it's better to try to fix the other processes as much as possible. Speaking of, lead antimony alloy should be running again. Yes. I can't prod you, right? No. Don't I get a new lead antimony alloy recipe? No, I'm using it. Okay. There's no third tier recipe. Or if there is, it doesn't... I guess I do have a recipe book. No. It is just the two. This one's not a real recipe. I could potentially expand my production of lead antimony alloy, especially now that I have more antimony. And that would help make sure the loop always stays closed. Yeah, still a few more steps before it manages to fully loop the loop. Why is this stopped? That's bad. Fish oil. Oh, I just left that disconnected because I'm bad at this game. Okay, that's fine. We got to go down there and fix that anyway. Let's do that. Let's fix the fish oil hookup in antimony. And we also have the other pipes to put down. And then let's do the build for the neuromorphic chips so that those are finally getting made. And then we can run around tracking down other...
Streamer brain lull.
Streamer brain, yep. Then we'll go around and start tracking down any other bottlenecks in the neuromorphic chip process while we're just kind of waiting for... Let's see, is this the fish oil pipe? This is the fish oil pipe. Are we running now? We are running now. Cool. I would love to see us starting to get deliveries of fuel rods back to silver, but that is going to take quite a while before those are ready to go. Unfortunately. Yeah. Cool. Let's build neuromorphic chips. Those are... Let's see, optical fiber is one we're going to have to do. That's post-trits. Sorry, let's show you what I'm seeing. Antimony oxide is done. Fuel rod we're not doing anything with. Cobalt chromium alloy is theoretically done, but it's not going to get fuel rods for a while. Plasmids we upgraded. The Tritz tube reader and the zip tube reader are both built and are theoretically running. So, yeah, neuromorphic chip is the next thing. What's Fuel Rod Mark II actually blocked on? Nothing. Bodo's Mark II breeder, Bodos. What did I need more Bodos for? I don't remember why I wanted more Bodos. It might just be that I wanted to upgrade to the better modules so that we would reduce our fuel rod consumption, because I know we're not making enough fuel rods. Maybe that's the issue. No, Dilmos were what the Yotoi were for. Which was military science. Which was why we were doing the Zipier upgrade. I think Bodos, I'm just trying to get more efficient to reduce fuel rod consumption. I could be wrong about that. All right, neuromorphic chips are a lot of inputs, which I always love. 13 inputs, jeez. 2 of them are here. So I guess that's... How do I want to do this? I'm not sure. I think the microfiber is effectively going to be a little bit of a separate build. It's going to be one station. It's going to have these 2 inputs, and it's going to spit out microfiber on a belt. Yeah, they definitely are used for various things, but I don't remember which one they might have been used for. Upgraded fan yachts were a thing. Higher tier cotton guts that I decided not to use because Bodos were so expensive. Yeah, they're in the fan yacht food and they're in the phase 2 fan yacht breeding program. It might have been fan yachts I was looking at. They're also in this, the calmodulin binding mutant peptide. And we were trying to scale up some of these processing things, right? Because that's used in something. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember. I'll figure it out again. We'll eventually need the thing that I was looking at, and we will have the Bodos already upgraded. It's fine. Okay, so yeah, we're going to do the microfiber, and then we'll merge this in with a bunch of all of this stuff that's coming out of, I guess, what's going to be 2 more stations. So we're going to have 3 input stations in total for this. That's fine. It's a lot, but it's not unreasonable. The question is, where do I build it? There's kind of space around here, but also kind of not. And I need to remember that we're probably going to need to expand this to make room for... Pardon me. Ooh. Make room for more, upgraded nickel plate stuff. Maybe we just do it up here. Although this is the nice area that's convenient for doing module breeders relatively near to the mall, right? So if we don't want to do that, then what do we have? I think we have a chunk of space up here where we can do a little bit of, yeah, let's look at that. And Twitch is telling me that it's going to want to do another ad break again soon. If you have not moved in the last hour, I recommend taking the opportunity to stretch your legs, get some water. I am going to do the same. I will step away and hydrate during the ad break. And when we return, we will get this build done. I think I want to be hooking up here, over here, up here, and then also up in this straight line and through here. So we'll have a little bit of path area through here that we can add some builds to, and this is where we will do the neuromorphic chips. So we'll run some rail first, and then we'll do the chips. All right, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I do appreciate it. We're going to take a couple minutes here and run some rails because they need to be run. And then once I have some of this stuff in place, that'll give us an idea of where we want to go for the next couple of builds.
Space!
Apex, thank you so much for the subscription. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the support. Thank you for hanging out at the stream. Give me a second to finish running some tracks, and I'll go get your name in the Wall of Fame where you belong. Yeah, upgrade from copper to plastic. It's... In the real world, that would be a downgrade, but in the world of automation games, plastic is always so much more valuable than copper. This is it, right? That's our left? Oh, nope. One or two more. That is way out of the way. And this one? Now it's this one. Okay. I'm probably going to run out of at least one of my components to keep laying track here very shortly, and then we'll go get your name done. Oop, we got another. Hey, at least the grid lines up this time. Oh, and we're just running out of stuff. That was actually pretty close. I should know at this point how long a train ramp is. I don't. And can I place this? I can't. Can I ghost it even? Yes, you kind of can. Interesting. Oh, I also just realized this should have been a T, not a left turn. I'll fix that, because we also need to come up here and hook up to this part eventually. And then I think we're going to come south from, like, right here. And then connect over here somewhere, leaving room for this to grow north. And then this square we can fill in with a bunch of new builds. And also probably grow south a little bit here into this space. And that'll give us lots of space for... We're going to have a bunch of fairly small builds to do on the way to blue chips, right? There's just a ton of inputs to blue chips, all the new... Just like we did down here when we did red chips, and we redid green chips as part of doing red chips, but like... We'll do as many of the sort of microcrafting, I guess, things as possible near the final blue chips location. How versed am I with CyberSyn? I mean, at this point, I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of it, but it does occasionally still surprise me. I haven't really tried to do a lot super challenging with it, though, if I'm being honest. I try to keep the base as simple as I can from a logistics point of view. I don't have 2 columns here, so that'll do. The evens and the odds. I probably have enough subscribers. I could switch that over. Oh, perfect timing. Cutie Pop, hi, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. If anyone else is a follower and is not on the Wall of Fame and wants to be, as always, feel free to let me know if you followed when I was playing a different game, or if I missed a notification, or if I was offline. I'm always happy to get people on the wall where they belong, if you think you should be there. What am I doing? I'm running rails. That's what we're doing. So let's head back to the mall. Collect a bunch of stuff. I don't want to keep running like all of the rails up through that corner because it's going to take forever and I'm going to be running back and forth to the mall a bunch. But I wanted to have enough of sort of the template around where we're going that I can Those are just the followers. Yeah, all my followers and subscribers. This is just me. I did all of this by myself. All right, bots are probably going to be kind of slow refilling everything, but we will let them refill things. While the bots are refilling, let's... What may I ask when the next time I'll be smacking a biter is? Never. I have biters disabled on this world. Biters and Pyanodons are not a great combination. Because a pie game takes so long. 750 hours in here and only about halfway done. Basically, you just hit max evolution really early in the game, and then you're just dealing with max evolution biters just kind of being in your way for the rest of forever. They just don't... You can turn off time evolution, obviously, but it's hard to get them balanced in a way where they work effectively as a challenge at the scale of Pyanodons, and I decided to just turn them off. There are people that play Pi with biters, but I am not one of them. Plus pollution, yeah. I think I turned pollution off for the UPS save. Yeah, I did. All right, lead antimony alloy is still running. It stopped being more than a space constraint. Yeah, it really does just turn into a space constraint at the end of, you know, even in basic Factorio, right? At some point, it's just like, all right, I gotta load up a new artillery train and clear more space so we can keep playing the game. All right, we are making lead containers again. Almost exclusively use caravans. Yeah, I wish I had done more with caravans before I upgraded to trains. That is my one regret. Don't know if you saw your previous message. Oh, plus pollution being so spread out. Yes. Yeah. I did see that. Yes, sort of very opposite. And like, I think in the base game, trying to play a Death World and having that space constraint. Oh, before that, about the trains in Cybersyn. Oh, I just need someone who knows how it works for them to tell me if I designed those prints in a relatively understandable fashion. Yeah, 1 second. Let me, All right, congratulations. I flagged you as a VIP, so if you want to paste links to your blueprints, you can do that now. And I can take a look, or there's, I think, some other folks in the chat that know things too. I will not volunteer anyone's time specifically, but... This is... I literally just use VIP as a, like, trusted chatter. Unfortunately, you can't... You either have to have no links, links for VIPs, or links for everybody. I would love to be able to say, like, links for subscribers as well, because I have a small enough number of subscribers that I kind of trust y'all. No one's trying to spend $5 to troll my chat, right? I'm a small enough streamer I can get away with that. But yeah, I just kind of manually use VIP as an allow list of people I trust enough to post links, and that way if people want to post Factorio bin stuff or whatever else, you can. All right, so we want to go down. Where do we want to be with the sort of overall shape of this? We want to be coming west, not here, kind of right at the edge of the uncovered area line. I think we'll be fine. That should give us room to expand nickel to a few more stations as we need to, and then we'll curve north from there. So many new, yeah, Pi has a lot of ores and a lot of a lot of everything. Let's see, we want to be somewhere around here-ish to go west. And I don't know, I haven't played with biters in so long, I don't remember how slowdown capsules work, so maybe someone else in chat knows? If anyone feels like they're a... Ooh, nope, no, can't do that there. So that means we gotta go down to this one. We can't do that there because that's where this funky bridge is, and I'd have to redesign a bunch of the routing. Don't feel like doing that, and I think this is still far enough north that it pretty much achieves my goals of avoiding other stuff. And actually, let's just go directly south here. Well, how big is this build? 1 second. Let me look at my spreadsheets. 5, 8, 12 buildings. Yeah, I'll give it space. That's fine. I can squeeze another T-junction in right here pointing north, and we can squeeze some tiny builds in to the north. Yeah, how many different kinds of ore do we have? I mean, I can look at pyra ores, but they're not like nicely organized, are they? Can I just search for ore? That's a bunch of them. Apparently, I never even looked at a lot of these. Like, oh, this is all the enriched biomass recipes. Yeah. Yeah, that's some of the ores. That's not really a good representation of it, though. Because not all of them have good crafting recipes. Anyway. There we go. Cool. All right, I got it. Let me work on this build for a little bit, and then I will take a few minutes and poke around at that and see how it looks. I want to get something done while I'm actually like being productive in the game. I assume you mostly care about looking at like the stations and depots and stuff, not the junctions. Yeah, it happens so rarely that I feel like I need to take advantage of it. So, let's see. Where's War Eraser? Boop. 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 What else have we got here? Quartz, iron. How dense is this iron? 100,000 per square? Yeah. We're pretty far out at this point. Just want some setup on how the... Yeah. Okay. That should be enough ore patches cleaned out of the way. So let's start with the microfiber, I guess. Fiber and sodium hydroxide. Hydroxide and fiber. And we're gonna have what, 4 pulp mills? Yeah. Actually, let's do this on this side because I'm gonna run these down. Wait, where's the pulp? Oh, I didn't request the pulp mills. Seems my problem is solved. Yeah. I didn't figure out what the problem was, but after, shutting down my computer yesterday and booting it back up, it was fine. So it was either a USB issue and a restart just like reset the controller, or it was some kind of software problem that has not reoccurred. I am not sure which. For now, we're gonna do this with a ghosted pulp mill, and then we'll figure out what we need to do later. This needs to make microfiber. And no modules in these. No, nothing. Okay. Input is 0.8 items. Okay. And output is also a tiny amount. this table is not great for my mouse. Okay. And then this is going to have to merge in with some other stuff. So, oh, train cannot path to destination. That destination is this destination. Why can trains not path here? Oh, there we go. Surprised I don't use the inserter throughput mod. I maybe was just not aware of what that mod was. Let me look that up real quick. Displays the throughput of the selected inserter under it. Ooh, yeah, I should install that. I would appreciate having that on screen. I mean, I have a rough idea of what they're all capable of, but you know. Before the hand size upgrade, and I mean hand size upgrade should effectively double throughput, so it's a 6 blue inserters was one yellow belt. So 6 blue inserters should be one red belt now. 6 yellow inserters should be one yellow belt. But yeah, for Bob's inserters, when you have 50% rotation and other weird stuff, I would definitely, I think, get more use out of that on like Nullius or C-Block, where you have Bob's stuff going on. For Pyblock, going without is too much torture. Yeah, I don't... The reality is, I don't build super compact, although in a block, that's a different situation. If you're being forced to build compact, then all right, we've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. Wait, did I miscount my inputs to begin with? Yeah, 13 inputs to start with. Okay, and we're using 2 of them, so we have 11 inputs left. Going to run the dog out. Don't review till I get back. All right. Okay, so we have 11 more input items. So we are going to want to pull a couple of those input items, I think, into this. QL of self-insertion of burner coal makers. That is true. Do I still have a copy of my old burner set up somewhere? Surely it is. Maybe around here? Are these burned out? Nope, those ones are upgraded. Ooh, maybe I don't anymore. Maybe I tore them all down. But it definitely uses more more belts the way I was doing it. Anyway, this is not going to be this. This is going to come out, and we are going to need... I'm going to change this. Here, here. Ah, that's wrong. Stop. Okay. And then whatever I want to put in here, pretty much everything coming into this is fairly low quantities. So I can just kind of pick whatever. Let's do the paramagnetic material and the Nexilate matrix. Why not? Those sound fun. But also just for chest belt, belt belt, etc. Yeah. That is impressive. Although I guess not that hard to calculate at the end of the day. But it's nice to have it in the UI. Okay, seriously, mouse, what are we doing? Why have we decided that today is the day we're going to be? All right, Nexlet Matrix. And what was the other thing that I decided to bring in here? Paramagnetic material. So that'll be a belt with a couple of things on it. The next one here, we will need to request 4 more things from. Let me see if I can find something that I can put down on this table and see if my mouse decides to behave itself more, because this is becoming unusable. Let me see if I have a pad of paper or something. I will be right back. Sorry, I muted myself when I stepped away. Thank you. As I was saying, I did not find something to put on the table. I did find a big blob of lint in the mouse sensor, so it might be better now. Flashbacks to cleaning mouse balls. And nanocrystalline cellulose. Stupid little gray rubber balls. Yep. And this one is going to have to be 5. I think we have 5 items coming in here. So glad when those got phased out. Yeah. Optical mice are nice for the most part. Okay. Here we're going to have Bakelite. We're going to have electrolytic capacitors. We're going to have neuroprocessors. We're going to have biofilm. And then this is also going to have brains being requested into it, but I need to get everything else set up before I'm ready to add those to the list. I never figured out trackballs. I do not have the dexterity for them, I guess. All right. Yeah, 4 trains with this stop. There should be like 4 trains with this stop, right? Yeah, we've got everything on the way. While I'm waiting for all these trains to come in, let's wander off into the middle of no. Oh, is CapEx back yet? No, not yet. All right, I'm not going to go do the... I'm not going to go poke at the stuff yet then. So all of this really just needs to feed into a bunch of bioprinters. I'm just going to have an array of bioprinters here. But the issue is largely one of belt routing, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 belts coming into this, plus we have to be able to route things out. So that's going to be fun. One, 2, 3. And this is already like 1 from here. Yeah, we're going to end up doing some snaking belts for sure. Like, this is fine, right? We do 1, 2, 3. So if we have 6 belt inputs, I don't actually need to do any snaking. Jump over the buildings with red undergrounds. Ooh, actually, I kind of like that. I might even be able to get away with yellow undergrounds. This is pie. Nope, not quite. But yeah, with red undergrounds, we can do the... we're gonna have 6 different belts, right? So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? And then just like that. Yeah, I was about to set up the 3 gap between the buildings with the belt between. But we can do this. And then output. Yeah, these all use such small amounts of everything. Do I even need blue inserters? Can I get away with gray inserters for everything in this build? I think I can. Of course, that doesn't quite reach. Why would it? It's fine. As long as we can still run the vacuum pipes through, and we can. I apparently do not keep that many red undergrounds in my inventory. Which is fine, because we have to go back to the mall for some other stuff anyway. So, not the end of the world here. This is not a normal way for me to build, no. I do not usually go for this. Although, with the red undergrounds, it's kind of expensive. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, reds aren't that expensive anymore. But certainly it is more convenient than a lot of the other options, so... I do like my long distance inserters and underground belts. That is true. All right, and that just leaves... What does this leave? Brains. And also getting the output of this hooked up to where brains are going to come in? Yes. Yes. Not looking forward to Logicite. Ooh, and Pi Block, yeah, that's going to be... Of course. So that'll be brains, and then at this end, just the brains belt has to keep going. Because I have to be able to pull out... any jerky. And then that immediately... I mean, I guess we just do this, right? We send the jerky to the output, because then we'll just deal with it. Because we might also get jerky coming out of these, so... Since we have to deal with it on the output anyway... Come over here, and those will be our outputs in that direction. And let's get the request for brains set up. Oh, I have the data arrays that need to happen. Okay, yeah, so jerky can go out that way, but this needs to split, because I forgot. The neuromorphic chips are a two-step process. And then data arrays. Which will make the formatted neuromorphic chips. I do like the way a cluster of data arrays looks. They are very nice buildings. All right, now we can take our output back and, yeah, put it on that belt because they're coming over to this side again anyway. That should work. So I'm gonna need a decider here to request the brains. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It is times like this when I am clicking through 12 conditions in a combinator that I kind of wish I had installed one of the Lua mods or something. There are various mods that give you like properly programmable combinators. I know none of them are particularly UPS efficient though. Cool. And then this outputs brains at minus 3,000. I'm not going to hook this up yet because I don't want to actually request the brains until we have these buildings in place. And I guess the rest of the belts would also be helpful. But other than that, I believe that this is ready to go. Cotton guts seem annoying. Cotton guts were annoying when I had to do them the first time, for sure. It's a lot of, like, AL plant inputs and stuff. At this point, I'm like, cotton guts aren't that bad. But at the time, cotton guts were kind of awful. Plus, like, yes, you have splitters by then, but splitters still feel really expensive, and that affects all of your logistics, like decision making. We could probably request 2 stacks of these from now on, just so we have them. Do we need any of this other stuff, really? What are we waiting for? We're waiting for rails, we're waiting for landfill, we're always waiting for asphalt. Pie makes every key animal progressively more annoying. True. And then hard mode just adds a bunch of extra animal requirements on top of that, like the zip ears in my military science, I believe, is a hard mode thing. Oop, not that way. Relegia was annoying to space constraints. Yeah. Yeah, all of the early AL stuff feels like you're just having to do ridiculously large builds to make progress. Partly because you are. Okay, let's get these in place. And then I should be able to just hook up this wire here to request the brains. Oh, we got a delivery immediately. Okay, we have brains available. Who'da thunk? That doesn't happen often. Oh, we have lots of brains. Then why were we having issues with that brains earlier? Oh, we're out of fetal serum now. Cool. Oh, yeah, well, that's going to happen. Because silver's been screwed up for a while. That uses a ton of silver. Speaking of, yeah. This all seems like it's, well, sort of running at the moment. What are we being blocked on? Something's not working right. It's possible that we just have had some demand for the antimony pulp too, and therefore we're not flowing it into the rest of the system. It's also possible we were briefly out of something. Oh yeah, we were probably briefly out of Dowfroth still, because the loop is still trying to close itself. Yeah, until we get enough lead antimony alloy coming in, and probably most of our antimony is coming here. Until we get enough lead antimony alloy sent in to make all of our lead containers, we're gonna struggle. Uh-oh. No, we're struggling with something else now. Okay. How did I break Aramid? It's running. I mean, it's possible that we're just way under spec on Aramid at this point, and I need to scale it up again. I don't think I've scaled this up in a while. Okay, you're back. Excellent. These should start running, though, I think. Yeah, we got brains coming in. I think... See, I don't want to do it this way, do I? I need to redo... Well, I don't have to redo every belt. I do need to redo this one. Because we have to deal with the potential for this to get blocked up with decay, I pulled it through. But now what's going to happen is this whole section will fill up with brains that aren't going to get used and are just 100% going to decay. And I don't want to do that. So I think we need to change some of our routing. Not a lot of it, just a little. We'll do that. And then we'll change how we're pulling the spoiled stuff out at the bottom. But that does mean that I need to pull through everything that is currently sitting on these belts. Which for some reason is also taking a bunch of brains, but wasn't the other. Oh, there we go. Is that what that's supposed to be? No. I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff to dump into back into chests. A bunch of microfiber. Okay. Now we can do this filtered to jerky. Okay, that works. That's going out the correct side. Perfect. Brains go in here, neuroprocessors, Bakelite, capacitors, biofilm. All right, perfect. Oh, and I never did the outputs here. My feet are off. So 2 pickup stations there. And there. Neuromorphic chips. And then this needs to be set up correctly as a jerky void. Where do I have jerky going out? Here. Sweet. I think that is all set. It's a little bit of a weird setup as far as my usual designs, but it'll do the job. And then I'm going to have to request those up at the mall, and then we will finally have the Dilmo Pool Mark IIs. Which is still not enough to actually do Dilmos, because we also have to do Yotoi. Speaking of Yotoi, I think we have enough zip ears that we can do military science now. So we should start looking back into military science. The trits are still blocked on the microsyn. What are you blocked on? Nothing. Okay, you're running. Awesome. So we just have to wait for this to accumulate enough and do a delivery. It's one of those low volume things that spends more time buffering than transiting, and that's just what happens when your whole base is based around trains. Cool. Fuel rod Mark IIs are not going to happen yet because although we have some coated containers, we're not going to get many of them until the silver loop finishes closing. And I keep going back to silver today because it is ruining my life. Oh, right. We were having issues with aramid, and now we're having issues with iron niobium alloy? What? I mean, does this just need to be made bigger? No, we have lots of iron niobium alloy. Interesting. Do I just need to have a bigger buffer here? Maybe we go through too much of the iron niobium alloy here. Yeah. $10 a second? Yeah, that's fine. Let's, we can fix, wait. What is... Right, yeah. So we'll do some extra iron niobium alloy. And that way this will, is less likely to run out in between train loads. I do need to check on Aramits, though. We'll check that in YAFC when we're back from the ad break. It has been another hour. If you haven't moved, I recommend you take the chance to stretch your legs and hydrate. As always, I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes. And like I said, we'll pop into YAFC and we'll figure out how screwed up my Aramids are. I will see everybody shortly. Welcome back, folks. All right, I wanted to check in YAFC how badly my Aramids are screwed up right now, and then we'll decide if we need to do anything about that. Because I suspect... Let's see, how much are we currently making? This says 6 a second. Yeah, we use it in a lot of things now. What are the chances? 0.5, 1, 3.4, 4.4, 7.4, 8. Okay, we're at like 8 out of 6. So yes, it's oversubscribed, but not really badly. And a lot of those things aren't running full time. So I do need to do it, but it's not urgent, is the conclusion that I'm going to come to. Okay, let's take a look at your blueprints. Since I am at a reasonable pausing point on the other projects. Here, let's just put this in my hand here. T-junction, four-way, roundabout, train, depot. All right. Oh, I see you've got it all set up to properly tile. Oh, depot is not really a depot, is it? This doesn't have train stations in it. Oop. Uh-oh. Oh, there it goes. I guess I can just look at it in the... Yeah. Item fluid pickup, crafting drop-off, fluid train. Ah, your depot station is separate from the depot blueprint there. Got it. All right, let's see what we got. Item fluid pickup is parameterizes for region, item, and stop number. I assume region should be, I don't know, I'm just giving it a number. All right, so how does this work? Okay. So the region is your network number. The L circuit is hooked up to the train limit. All right. And then this is the request item, which is set to 0. I have needed to change the network so rarely that setting it in every blueprint parameter feels like a lot of extra work. Honestly, like clicking on that for every blueprint. It's certainly possible to use Cybersyn in a way where you would use that a lot more, but... All right, and what do we have here? Crafting item is whatever we're crafting. Region is the network. Stop number 1. Input signals, fluid request threshold, pipe, stone furnace, output each. Oh, this is just summing red and green. Okay. Oh, these don't have their inputs because they don't all have power, of course. So this would output the request thresholds and the thing. Yeah, you set the amounts you want in this. And then... What is this one doing? Send to train, set train limit, linking to here. What is the boiler signal actually getting used for? Like, I see that the ingredient signals get used here. Let me actually look at the just to set the just to set the train stop name and pull the, yeah. Okay, it just gets used in the name. That's fine. As long as it's not ending up in Cybersyn in a way that Cybersyn will get confused, that should be fine. But yeah, ingredients 1 through 8, sure. You're gonna need more ingredients than that for some things. I mean, I think in theory it's fine. Without seeing more of, like, how unloading from the trains is actually going to be hooked up to, like, the storage at your stations and how you're planning to do that part of it, it's hard to judge, like, this part in isolation. Because, like, sure, that mostly gets your requests right, but, like, obviously the way I set things up, you know, you could have trains unloading onto belts that then push the items they request somewhere else, so you don't need to have as many stations, right? Mine have these depots right next to the warehouses, right next to the trains. But if you're requesting 8 ingredients, then, like, you still have to have enough storage somewhere for all 8 of those ingredients to tell Cybersyn that, like, those deliveries have been completed. So you're still needing to pull all that through off of this and deal with that whole part of the logistics. But as far as the basics go, I mean, I think you're probably going to change the network less often than you might think, and you will want to have, like, I think it's worth it to just not have that in the template, because that's just going to be a bunch of busy work in every blueprint to set the network. I use 2 networks across this whole base. And then I don't know if having separate refuel from depot is really a worthwhile thing or not. I guess it can be. It can simplify some things, but because you can have the trains waiting around in multiple places of your base as depots and then dispatch them all to central fueling. But depending on what your fuel is, it may be just as convenient to keep fuel at all of your depots, and you can set Cybersyn to do both of those on one station. And then, yeah, for the crafting drop-off, I think more of the issue around that is going to be the logistics after you get things off the train. I don't know if it's necessarily worth it to just say, I'm going to have a blueprint that, you know, you set an item in and get all the ingredients. And while that is super convenient in not pie, some of these recipes have, you know, 13 ingredients, and not everything you're making is always going to be on rails, right? Which is why I do all that manually. I don't know if that was useful or not. Examples. Let's see. Open in Discord. Why are you opening the Discord? That's not helpful. I said opening the web app. There we go. Open app. Whatever server or channel that's in, those links are just not working for me. They're not going through to anything that I can actually go to. Use different logistic once for some bulk low ingredient change because of how Cybersyn Yeah, that can definitely be. Oh, I never hooked this up. Okay. What do I need to do next? I am already confusing myself. Oh, I saw that these are out of melamine. Yeah, that's probably because the old melamine station is finally dead. Yes. That means I have to hook up new melamine again. So that'll get this running again, and now I can go tear up the old melamine station, which has been on my to-do list for a while. Let's go tear down an old build that we don't need anymore. And like, especially with the trying to automatically set crafting ingredients, I have way more patience for just doing something myself if I know that an automation is going to get it wrong a bunch of the time, even if the automation is technically faster. So like, I would be super frustrated always like having to change the inputs to builds to be like, no, really, this is just a recipe chain and it's all happening on site, or you know, whatever else you're doing with it versus just setting the ingredients manually. But I know for some people, having it work 50% of the time and then fixing the half right thing is less annoying to them. All right, what do we got here? We've got, yeah, I did a pretty good job getting this cleared out, didn't I? We have a little bit of carbon dioxide, we have a little bit of muddy sludge, not enough of either of those that it's worth trying to do anything with it. I think we just pick all this up. Cool. And that can also... Yeah, that's also going to be an issue. There is a mod that I have installed that's like gives extra parameters. Which, if you're going to try to do stuff like that, then you're going to need probably to give it... Although I don't know if the game internally even gives you the UI to do like ingredient number 11, 12, whatever. Yeah, it'll let you keep going. If I keep going, say ingredient of number 0, yeah. Yeah, you just need the extra parameter mods. Yep. Which I have. You saw mine start to do letters. Oh yeah, if you're not designing it for Pi, then I think a lot of my concerns are less of a concern. You don't have as many pure intermediates in the base game, right? Almost everything is going to be stuff that you want available in more than one place. You don't have as much, you don't have as huge recipes. Yeah, in the base game, I think that would probably work fine. Although it's been a long time since I've played unmodded Factorio. I'm just going to drop off this melamine by hand down at the neuromorphic chip build, because I know that it's going to use it. And then, yeah, I don't think there's a lot else for me to do on this one, other than just wait for this to finally start sending chips to the mall. Does that mean it's military science time? That might mean it's military science time. Because I think, yeah, on this side we've got this, but this is disabled. And it's disabled because we don't have the microsyn or the animal samples. Okay. And animal samples are this one, and they're just disabled because we don't have the microsyn. Yeah. Yeah. Wanted a good foundation to refine, so when I get the nerve to do pi or K2, I have something that I can use without giving me too much trouble. Yeah. Okay, I think we're good. I think we just need the microsyn to happen, and microsyn is happening, just slowly. So... although apparently I did not... oh, I didn't label this. Ooh, I should label this. Cytostatics. And the microsyn. I mean, if you do pi, I do really recommend try to spend more time with caravans before you jump right on rails. But yeah, rails are going to be the thing for quite a while. What do we got here? Zips. Let's pop into the spreadsheets real quick. Sorry, let me zoom out before I do that. That is an awful noise. So yeah, zipper egg. Apparently we have enough zipper eggs if we just upgrade these to the upgraded modules, and I don't have to do anything else. So that's cool. I'm not doing anything else. And then military science here has a bunch of its own zippiers. 220. Wow, that's a lot. Yeah, early Pi trains are weaker than vanilla. That is important to keep in mind. Well, yeah. Both in terms of, I think, the train acceleration, but also Pi nerfs storage, which includes train size. All right, this is, I don't think there's anything in here that's weird. I think I already upgraded stone wool, so we pretty much just have to build this. This has been sitting here for so long. I'm going over it again. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anything weird. I don't think I missed anything weird. It's a bunch of lead, a little bit of steel, nothing wild. This is really easy at this point in the game. Like, had I done this when I first unlocked military science, it would have been a pain in the butt. Which is why I didn't do it when I first unlocked military science. Cool. Let me... Do I already have this in a request at the mall? Is one of these things military science? Dilmo food. No, I never put the shopping list out. All right. Let me make sure that the Mark II artificial reefs are in. Yes, they are already available. Cool. Cool. These already... Oh, I never upgraded these to Mark II modules. There we go. What do I do with these guys now? Do they feed into here? Backed up on wastewater. Ruh-roh. Did I do something wrong? Oh, I'm probably just missing a void flag, aren't I? Because I think this wastewater here is actually flagged as a void station. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Am I going to have the same problem over here? Don't Trits also make wastewater? Apparently not. However, I'm using them here. Cool. Let me find... There we go. Now this should have a couple of trains dispatched. Is this train limit set appropriately? It is. Cool. Still not being dispatched. I mean, it's not a big deal. I think I have enough zip... Well, do I have enough zippers? No, I don't, because I just used them all here. I just upgraded all these buildings so that they would get made faster, and now I don't actually have enough to do military science anymore. Because I need 220 plus 16, 236. We have 158. So yeah, we need this wastewater to be removed. There we go. Now it's happening. Just took a little while for Cybersyn to decide what it was doing. Okay, in that case, if we're not doing military science just yet, because we don't actually quite have enough zips, I'm going to name this, though. What else is available in the to-do list? Tear down old melamine is done. I could finish Fuel Rod Mark IIs and the Bodo's upgrade. I have all the stuff for that, I think. Certainly, this is the Bodo's upgrade. That's Dilmo food. Do I not have the stuff for Fuel Rods Mark II? Or does this include that? This includes that. Okay. Yeah, so this is Fuel Rods Mark II, and this is a Bodo's Mark II breeder set up here. Which, actually, now that I set up a big global liquid manure setup, we can change a little bit. We don't need liquid manure on site anymore here. We'll bring that in. Water we will do on site, though. Which is nice, because that means we no longer have a decayable thing here. So yeah, we just have to bring in the improved fungal substrate, biomass, and the fuel rods. And the fuel rod Mark IIs are just one automated factory Mark I. I have boron. I already did boron. Is that true? I don't think that's true. Well, no, but this uses boron, so it must be true. Why don't I have boron in my... Yeah, oh, because I'm looking at ingredients only. My bad. Yep, there it is. Cool. Yeah, let's get this set up, and let's get the Bodo's Mark II breeder built. That's fine. Oh, is this all running again now that we have done the wastewater void correctly? Yes. Yeah. These are going. Perfect. Not that, like, we get many of them from this. We're getting most of them from this. This looping system here. Up to 159. What did I say I need? 236. So 5 stacks, effectively. Why isn't there a fourth thing right here? Oh, because I have pipes coming through there. Really? I mean, apparently, yes, really. No, we're gonna reroute this pipe. Cool. We actually are not going to need the bioreactor anymore. Everything else we do still need. All right. I cannot wait until we finally get enough of the microsyn done that I finally get to see the pop-up from milestones for my first Tritz Mark II. That'll be nice. Said earlier that we were going to have... Ooh, what am I hitting here? Oh. Log. I said earlier that I was going to be able to tuck something right in here when it's a small build, and I think I know exactly what that small build is going to be now. It's going to be fuel rods, because it's one assembler. Let's see, Americium 243 and coated containers. And what's the last thing that goes into these? Boron, that's right. We were just talking about that. Boron. And automated factory. And one inserter will be more than enough. And that's it. That's Fuel Rod Mark II's. That is the whole build. Coated containers are very expensive. I agree with that. And then a pickup station. This whole thing makes like 0.1 of these fuel rods a second or something like that. It's not a lot, but it is sufficient for what we need for Bodo's Mark II bootstrapper, and that's about all that it can run. I'd love to be able to run more stuff off of these, because it's very cheap for us to make the Americium. Unfortunately, the coated containers are not cheap. Also, they can't be prodded, which is really too bad. Why do I have 2 prod modules that I'm sitting on? Oh, was that for liquid manure? In the Bodo's breeder? Does that take prod? Yeah, that takes prod. Okay, that's fine. As long as I know that those are spare and know why they are spare, I'm happy. Okay, let's go set up the actual Bodo's breeder up here. Trying to use some of our cheap real estate. These are just 2 stations. Maybe we can tie these in. Yeah, we can tie this in right next to the Zibir breeder here. Actually, if I tie it in here, we only need 1 station. Because we can share the same fluid station. Fuel Rod Mark IIs. Bodos themselves, which we need to bootstrap. Improved fungal substrate. And biomass. So it looks like pretty much everything uses fuel rods and improved fungal substrate, so we'll put those on 1 belt. And the Bodos and the biomass will go into just into this first one to try to bootstrap. And then I don't really know what to do with these Bodo spores now that I'm looking at this. You can't compost spores. Well, for now, they're going in a chest. But that's fine, because once we start to get spores, they loop. So it's just a matter of getting the first few of them. Oh, I never hooked this up to power, so it has not been getting deliveries. Feel like this should be hooked up like down here now. So let's do the first, well, first things first, we'll do the fuel rod Mark IIs and the improved fungal substrate. Yes. And then below that, we will have the other thing that we only need on one of them, which is biomass. And what was the last thing? Photos. Oop. Cool. So if we take our Bodo's culture... Oh, I didn't grab modules. We're going to have to go... Well, I guess we're getting a delivery of Bodo's here, aren't we? So one of these is the phase 2 Bodo's... Nope, not that one. This one, right? Bodo's Spore Mutation Program? Yes. And then this one is the phase 2 Bodo's breeding. And then this one is the phase 2 spore harvesting. All right. All of the spores just get fed right in here. All of the fuel rods and stuff go in here, and this whole thing is going to go up like 2 more. And then you have your other 2 ingredients. That's fine. That's this. All of this is just such low quantities, it really doesn't matter. And then here, I need an output for the Mark I spores. And we dump them in a hole. We dump them in a smaller hole. What's the ratio? 0.5. Oof. 0.5 to 400. And we need how many for this to start? 5. So we need 4,000. We're going to have 4,000 Bodo spores on average, which is 40 stacks. This is only 20 stacks. Okay, it does need to be a bigger. Fine. What are you? Oh, right. You need the liquid manure hooked up. And then here, I think we just have our actual Bodo's output. Yes. Some of those feed into here. And then the other ones go in a box? Is that the whole build? I don't know why I'm always so suspicious of small builds. But I am always very suspicious of small builds. They never feel like I've done them right. I know that I do still have to hook up liquid manure. We'll do that now. So yeah, other than needing the Bodo's modules, which hopefully are on... They're not en route. Uh-oh. How busted are my Bodos right now? Well, they don't have fuel rods. Yeah, I guess that's to be expected. Because before we got to the point where I realized silver was busted, stuff has been broken for a while. We are starting to get fuel rod deliveries. Okay. We have fuel rods for silver. That's huge. We're not presently getting the silver lead solution. Probably because... Actually, I'm not sure why. Okay, that's on an overflow. And it prioritizes these machines, which make lead. So I think we're just waiting for... Yeah, we're waiting for this to back up, and then for these ones to also back up through. Okay. So yeah, there's just enough lead demand that we haven't fully backed up lead into making silver yet. But at the very least, we're no longer making silver the awful way. And that's all that matters. Are fuel rods currently running? They are, as are containers. Awesome. So... Oh yeah, cool. We're gonna get more fuel rod deliveries very soon. It's actually working. Holy crap, my base is working. Amazing. This should really be done the other way, but that's fine. Hasn't bit me in the butt so far. This needs to be the other way because in the very unlikely case that the U-235 has already decayed to uranium oxide, we don't want uranium oxide to end up in the train because it'll clog up the train. We need to make sure that that comes all the way down here to where it will eventually be allowed to decay all the way down to ash. That's also an issue here. Again, in theory, if somehow we had, like, a uranium that was blocked behind a bunch of other stuff and had time to decay on the belts, it would misbehave here. So we really want to pull out U-235, oxide, and ash here. And then at the splitter, where you can't do multiple filters, we would just do fuel rods and filter it to the other direction. It's an easy fix, but... So... Do I go get Bodos by hand, I think is my question to myself right now. Well, I know what I can do to kill time at least while we're waiting for fuel rods to keep filling up. Both kinds of fuel rods, really. And the thing I can do is I can drop off some radars, because we need to drop off some radars. Hey, that looks right. I guess that's the only one I technically need right now. Let's do one up here too so I can see the whole train area. I don't love it when I lose sight of my trains. Cool. But the reason I wanted to see this, because I wanted to see... Why don't we have... What? I have thousands of that. Why didn't that get delivered? Am I Oh. Remember what I was saying about decay products getting routed the wrong way and ruining my life? Guess what? And since we're going in that direction, I will fix the things that I was talking about at nuclear samples, where it's kind of doing some wrong stuff there. Or not at nuclear samples, at nuclear fuel rods. And there was something else to fix at this end as well, and I don't remember what it was already. Oh, grab Bodos by hand and deliver them up to the Bodos breeder, since we are currently Bodos-less. And that just means that I won't have to wait as long. All right, so what are the things that need to be fixed? This needs these in its allow list. This needs to be fuel rods. There we go. Nuclear samples are down here. And I'll run through real quick and check all those belts and make sure that everything looks correct. Because there was some weird routing through here in the past, and I fixed a bunch of weird routing. I didn't fix all of it. But like in theory... Yeah, this is filtered, and this is just this. So I think I must have had just, like, one thing that was on the wrong belt that I put in the wrong place or something. Why am I holding one fuel rod? That's fine. Come on over here to the Bodos. And I'm just going to grab all of these and hand deliver them up to Bodos Mark II. What's the best way to do this from here? I guess I can just go straight up and then to the right, and that's fine. Wonder how long it's been since we made science. Should probably check on what's... Oh, it was fetal serum before. It's probably still fetal serum, which means it's still silver. We are still waiting for silver to really fix itself. Yeah. Hand deliver our Bodos to the Bodos machine. Oh, and this isn't going to work until it gets fuel rod Mark IIs, but just because I don't know how long it's going to be until the Bodos get fuel rods, because everything that needs fuel rods is screwed up right now. I'm just trying to make sure everything's looking good. How's ethylene glycol doing? We do not have a lot of it buffered, so we are still really not caught up on that loop. Same with the Dow froth. Yeah. Which might mean that antimony is still even falling over sometimes. Yeah, we're out. Fortunately, we do have lots of antimony oxide again, which means that that half of the loop to be making fuel rods consistently and to be making iron plate is still going to be running. But obviously, depending on our...
Did you hear that? I think something just exploded. Man, we are in a lot of danger. This is like Christmas. No, it's better than Christmas. This should be its own holiday. Explosion Day.
Neuroplastic Streams, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We are... Well, we've been slowly making some progress towards blue chips are the current kind of high level goal for me. We've been burning through actually a goodly number of items on the backlog today. Silver was broken earlier, so was just checking on that, seeing how we're doing, kind of getting silver fixed back up and running again. I'm worried that I have enough lead, that it's not my silver demand that's screwed up. I'm worried it's my lead demand, and that's pulling too much away from silver. Because looking at this, we're not even kicking through. We're not overflowing the liquid lead from this stage down to this part of silver. So I am concerned. Like, we're obviously keeping up with our lead demand. We have plenty of lead, but they are a shared resource. So I really might just have to upgrade this to handle more ore input. Unfortunately, I do not have an upgraded lead processing chain available, and I won't until the next science pack. What else is going on? We should have this running now, right? Did we get our delivery? We did. Those are coming through quickly. This is not going to be able to run this quickly forever. I believe it's going to be mostly limited by coded container input in the, like, grand scheme of things. I did not design this to be able to run full speed, but it'll be nice that it'll at least get its first delivery up to the Bodo's breeder shortly. Let me label that before I forget. What's that? Fuel rod MK space 02. And then what was this that I made? I've already forgotten what you are. Neuromorphic chips. Cool. Done. What's next on the to-do list? Fuel rod Mark IIs are done. Bodos are half done, but there's nothing else I can do with them. Trits are still waiting on microsyn. Yes. That's still just slow, right? Yes. It's just slow. Okay. That's fine. So, oh, I could work on the phosphate rock mining. That's a thing that we're going to need before we can do blue chips. We should be making some amount of... Oh, no, we can't do that yet. Because this is also... Right. This is what led me to discover that my silver and antimony and fuel rods were all broken. Was... we can't make this cobalt chromium alloy that I need for the large phosphate rock mines because this stuff has been screwed up, my fuel rods. So we still can't do the phosphate mining. I'm still thinking about chromium. I continue to contemplate it. I don't think we need to upgrade it right now. And... let's see. Bodos just need to run. Trits aren't running. Military science is kind of the only thing that's on, like, the short list right now. And that's pretty much waiting for these guys. Yeah, I need another, like, 100 of these. They're running, but they're slow. All right, well, Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. I do run just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. So I appreciate if folks stick around through the break. I'm going to step away and get a little bit of water. If you have not hydrated recently or moved in the past hour, take the chance to stretch your legs, hydrate yourself as well. And when we come back, I will try to figure out what the heck I'm working on next, because most of the things I want to work on feel kind of blocked right now. Maybe the thing we need to do is just expand the lead silver build. That might just be it. But I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back. I appreciate everyone hanging out through the break. Yeah, I don't know what else to work on at the moment, so I think we really do just need to scale up lead processing here. Because let's see, this never runs. This is the part that like converts unused silver into... Boy, I need to put some lights down here. This is impossible to see. All right, let's go down there. Let's drop off some lights. And then we'll see how the system is doing, how it's keeping up. But I really do think that we are going to have to... I mean, we did see it overflowing the whole processing system to... running the least efficient way of converting the ore into silver when I didn't have fuel rods. So it might be we were just looking at it at a bad time just now, and it will manage to get itself back into a place where it can make a lot more silver again. I'm just not feeling confident about it. And it's not that hard, I don't think, to scale this up a little bit more. Is that still the fuel train? Yes. This one... Oh, nope, it's a different fuel train. I wish I knew. I wish I could catch this failing to understand what's going wrong with it. Well, it was at the mall, and like the mall doesn't use a lot of fuel. There's only a couple of things here that actually consume fuel. One thing. It's the Duralumin for the mall, so. But it's pretty much always just a fuel train, because... Yeah, it has definitely started happening more consistently. I don't know if that is due to a CyberSyn update, because I do keep my mods up to date, or if it is something to do with as the base gets busier and CyberSyn starts to like spread its scheduling out across more and more ticks, if that has something to do with what's going wrong. Unfortunately, it's basically impossible to just watch it trying to happen and reproduce it. Alright, what's this doing? So yeah, this is fine. This is the stuff that ultimately pretty much becomes silver down here, yeah. And then we do have an overflow of the silver into more lead when that's necessary. UPS from the train causing issues? Maybe. I mean, we should be back to, where are we at? Yeah, we're up at 60 again. But CyberSyn itself will spread out its scheduling across multiple ticks to prevent UPS issues, like, on its own. So... yeah, it's... So this is all fine. I think we just are pulling enough molten lead either from here or through here. And obviously, because antimony was broken and like lead antimony alloy was screwed up, we're pulling a lot of lead right now, funnily enough, to try to get back into a place where we can then process silver again. So it's possible that this resolves itself. I really don't want to make this build bigger. I'm trying to convince myself that I don't have to expand lead and silver. That's what's going on right now. Unfortunately, I might have to. Because we did expand our lead antimony alloy demand when we added the coated containers. Obviously, these aren't running right now because lead containers have only recently started running consistently again. Yeah, they're all getting used by fuel rods. Oof. I don't have the space to actually expand. The problem is, I think if I expand this out, I'm gonna have to start upgrading belts in some places and things like that. Although maybe not at very many stages. Maybe just like this belt. If it was just the molten lead, it wouldn't have been as much of an issue. Yeah, well, yeah. That is true. But with the antimony now being fixed, we're pulling potentially more molten lead, which is taking away from what's available to try to make more silver, which would stabilize the loop sort of completely. So we might just need like lead antimony alloy to finish. And you can see that it is backing up. Well, it was backing up. But we might just need to wait for this to finish refilling this station. Because every once in a while, we're still getting deliveries of molten lead, and that's going to be sucking away from our ability to be making more silver here. What that does mean is that more and more of the fuel rods will go to things that aren't making silver, because we're not making silver using that process right now. Which is fun. Yeah. And this is gonna halt shortly. It's gonna run out of Dowfroth. As long as we're still keeping this, yeah, fairly full, then even if the Dowfroth delivery is inconsistent, we don't have to worry about the looping totally just yet. Jeez. I probably do just need to make the build double size. All right, let's do it. Let's pop into the spreadsheets and let's figure out what we have to do to make the build double sized. Lead and silver. Ugh, the problem is I need to remember how to route things here so that this shows both possible paths. All right, so we're gonna go up to minus 60 here. Where is my heat generating? Heat generating? Here it is. Yeah. You are 1,000 degree heat. Now you should link. There we go. So I'm going to make these ones... I guess they don't have to be. Yeah, 12 a second. So we're still at only... Yeah, I'm trying to remember how I did this. I think the issue is that, yeah, so it's here, the silver lead solution stage 1 using the refined silver lead dust. I have to say, hey, actually, is it here I set fixed ingredient consumption to be like 1.7, and then that pulls everything over to this side? Yeah. Yeah, right, because here I have this silver lead solution, which I'm saying do, well, 42.9. Which is only half of it. This is where YAFC is less useful because we have these different, and maybe what I should do, actually, this is a good idea. This is a good idea, Brandon. Is if we put, well, no, because this is just a subsheet. Okay. So if we do that and we say this is here, clear fixed ingredient consumption. This is pretty much what we need for full lead production. Yeah, we're making almost no silver plate here. And heaps of lead plate. Way more lead plate than we would ever need, but that's okay. So let's do this. We're going to take 30 a second here. And we are going to clear that. We're going to make this the 0.86. Okay. Now, if we take this shopping list, export it to a constant combinator. I need to get the delta in my shopping list, effectively, for this whole mess. And we can do that with constant combinators. So we're going to say, this is the old list. And then I go back up to 60. And then I say, We want to consume all of the refined silver lead dust. Sorry, I know you can't see me doing this. We will export that again to another combinator. We will import that. And then we will drop in a arithmetic combinator. Green, red, we will export each on green minus each on red. I'll put each, put this where I have power. I don't have power anywhere. Never mind. Leave you there, bring power to you. And then we'll export that to a shopping list. Set requests. Wait for the bots to place this electric pole here. So that's everything just for... This is the optimized for lead production. So now if we come over here, we clear that consumption. We come down here and we say we want to turn all the silver lead solution into silver. That's 85. Okay. So now this is the silver optimized build. And oh, it's still literally just the one advanced foundry. So I don't even need another advanced foundry there. Okay, cool. I think that's the only thing I would have had to do differently. I mean, maybe also the refined silver lead dust. Yeah. I probably only have 2 basic oxygen furnaces, so we'll need to go up to 4 of those. If we double check that in game. Yeah, we've got 2, so we need 2 more basic oxygen furnaces. And we can actually, maybe I upgrade those to Mark IIs while I'm at it and put efficiency modules in them. I think that's a better plan. Okay, yeah. Basic oxygen furnace, Mark II, 2 of those. Efficiency modules, 4 of those. And I think that's everything I'm going to need to do. I think we can fit all the buildings down there, so I'm not going to bother using Mark IIs for most of the things. Obviously, these first automated screeners are going to have to be like 2 sides of this belt or something like that. But other than that, I think all of these will do fine. And then our lead ore production is going to be the other thing that we have to figure out. Yeah. I don't know how much this is actually capable of making, but wasn't I going to put lights down? I was, and then I got distracted with spreadsheets. Obviously, spreadsheets are more important than lights. I thought that went without saying. The lights are they are kind of silly looking. They are the ones from Afraid of the Dark. They light up a larger area than the base game lights. which is why I use them. How is this doing? We're still waiting for a few more items to be delivered. It is basically that. It's afraid of the dark. But like on stream, knowing how badly compression does with dim things, I should be using them more often. That's the whole reason I have that installed specifically, is so that I don't have to worry about moody lighting getting crunched to nothing. And then I always forget to put them down. And I will probably have to expand lead mining, because that patch looks like it was half empty anyway, and I don't think I'm making enough lead ore there. I probably am making extra lead ore from, like, skin. Is it skin that turns into lead ore in the atomizer? Not an atomizer. Pretty sure that was my second lead patch, maybe. I'll poke around. I doubt we need to fully double this, but like, you know, why half-ass it? Tailings, I think titanium comes from tailings, yeah. I think lead is one of the, body parts in the, atomic doodly-doo. Alright. So that is the first part, I think, 36? Correct. Next, we need 21 of these. How many do we have here? 11. So 10 more. Do I need to prioritize input on that splitter? In theory, no, but it won't hurt. Could do it with one splitter. I could do it with one splitter. Seeing it this way, I will know what it is supposed to be doing. That is an important part of it is merging two things after they have been lane balanced. Let's see. Is this... I mean, these look like they're keeping up with a full belt. This is saying 120 items. All right. We might need to... Didn't I end up doing something at, like, iron with more inputs? Yes. Heaps and heaps and heaps more inputs. All right. We may have to do something like this. Or at least upgrade this to a deposit so we can have more trains en route at all times. Next stage. This needs to become 11. It is currently 6. Oh, does this stage output too many things? Sorry. Stage 2, the impact crushers only output a total of like 13 things, but it does need to be properly split between 2 halves of a belt. Or I just make it a red belt and I don't worry about it. I like that one. That's the lazy answer. And then this next step, the automated screeners with 11 of them, outputs a total of 5 point something items, so that's all fine on a single belt. Comes around here, secondary crushers, we now need 4 of. All right, and then the Hydra classifier, we upgrade to 2. It's a really weird place for those power poles. What was I doing when I designed this area? Okay. We still have only one... Wait. Where are the ball mills come in? Ball mills are refined silver, lead, okay, I did them in that order. That's the leaching station. Okay, my YAFC is not stacked in the same order as in-game. These happen here. So 1.7 hydro classifiers. Well, yeah, I was very stressed about the silver when I built this the first time. That is true. So now how many ball mills do I need? A total of 5. Yeah, most of these are using like a fraction of their final one, so most of them should be like 2n minus 1. Automated screeners, 4 in total. Yeah, well, 3.5. But all these numbers are still very, very small. Yeah. And then flotation cells. Wait, but that's this one. Okay. No. Wait. This is where we're splitting things. This is where being lead versus silver optimized matters. So these flotation cells are the ones that overflow from silver production. So that is these ones. Okay, so this goes here. And how many of those do we need? Let's flip this back to lead mode. Sorry. Set fixed consumption here at 1.7. We're gonna have 3 flotation cells in that spot. Okay, which makes sense because we had 2 before. That's not going to turn on right now. It might never. And then we have the 1 leaching station, which remains 1 leaching station. Then we're going to have 9 flotation cells for the next phase. We currently have 5. All right. And that's all just fluids. I don't have to do anything there with belts. Apparently so. And then we have 2 hydrocyclones. Okay. And then 2 thickeners. Also okay. Why did I already have 2 of each of these? I don't know. Weird. And then just 1 filter making the silver lead concentrate. Yes. Just 1 solid separator is still sufficient. All right. And then that feeds into this, the electric arc furnace, which is still just 1. All right. That's all fine. So that's molten lead. And then up to apparently 6 casting units I could fuel, but obviously we're not turning it all into. We probably didn't need to run this much past, well, actually this stage, which is pretty much as far as we went, so that is fine. And then the other thing we said we were going to do was upgrade these for the silver production and add efficiency modules. Excuse me. This advanced foundry is still more than enough once it starts getting silver lead solution. And then wherever the heck I'm making pressurized air, I need a second pressure pump. Yeah. I don't know why I built this double-sized. I'm very confused right now. Maybe I had intended for there to be a route through here that needs more. I'm not sure. Because this is the route where silver is blocked and it's all going to lead. And this still says that I only need 2 hydrocyclones and 2 thickeners. So I must have only needed 1 of these before. This is a funky layout with this direct pipe connection. I like it, but it is funky. All right, let's see what's keeping this system from running full speed. Well, this, for one thing. This complete lack of lead ore. All right, well, until I fix that, I can't debug anything else, so. We're gonna do, how much are we pulling through in iron right now? That's a question I can ask myself. 60, okay, so we're bringing in the same amount of lead ore as we are iron ore, which means we basically just want the same input station. Yeah. Bring me all of the lead ore. Hopefully all the, like, ancillary inputs are in small enough quantities that I don't even have to worry about it. Lime, maybe? No, that's already on 2 sides of its own belt. That's way overkill. Yeah, so I think the big thing is just going to be trying to get enough of the lead ore into here to feed this monstrosity. Which... Okay, I can rip this up, although these are all Mark II drills. Oh. And then this one, yeah, this is just not going to keep up. How many of these do I need for 60 ore a second? Let me just do that real quick. We want Mining. Yeah, I guess we can use drill Mark 3s now. Okay. 20, call it 24 drill Mark 3s. That's fine. I mean, the other option is... three lead-rich rocks, but that does pull drill heads. I think we just do it this way. All right. 24 fluid mining drill Mark 3s. That is reasonable. I think I have the Mark 3s already. These are all Mark 2s. If I do not have the Mark 3s, then we'll figure that out, but I think I have what I need for the Mark 3s. And then the third question is, do we have enough acetylene? Oh yeah, we're going right in to make drill Mark 3s. Cool. I shouldn't have closed that tab in YAFC because I don't know how much acetylene I need. $430 acetylene a second. All right. How much acetylene are we making? Not that much. All right. What is this bringing in currently? 21 coke a second. We can make this bigger. Do we double it? May as well, right? Can I get this to be nicely ratioed without going like way overkill? Obviously 1080 would be ratioed. No, we have a 4 and a 9. We're not. This is the ratioed amount. And we're not making this much. Are we making this much? This is only triple what we already had. How big is our acetylene build right now? This is only pulling in 2 belts a second of coke. It's not like... I mean, that's a lot of coke. I mean, we really almost could triple it here, couldn't we? Maybe not readily. Also, what is this? Like, I must have needed a much larger expansion tank at some point. I must have screwed something up with the loop. I mean, right now, acetylene is keeping up, but we are going to need more if we actually are going to push lead to that much a second. We don't need to triple it. Can we do like 50% more? So like 540? How much calcium oxide is that making now, though? 45 a second. What if we do... I'm trying to think about... Because I'm going to need to change the layout a little bit. I'm going to need to make a little more space in there. So I'm trying to think about how I can lay this out better. If I can get the calcium oxide into like 2 columns that still fit on red belts, that would be cool. So that would need to be an even number of these. What is 16/15 of 540? 576. Which makes everything else kind of an awful number. But what about 648? Everything else is still an awful number. All right. I think we can go for this. Because, yeah, this is basically, I mean, 4 rows of 8 that feed onto 2 red belts. And then those come down into the gasifiers, which I guess I will make 40 of. And then we'll need some more evaporators. Okay. I don't hate that. I don't love it, but I don't hate it. So what do we need? We're going to need 16 more gasifiers. We're going to need... Oh, wait, there's 3 evaporators. We're going to need 2 more evaporators. 16, 2... And then 19 total high-pressure furnaces. How many do we have right now? 16, 2, 7. 16, 2, and 7. 16, 2, and 7. 16, 2, and 7. So that is going to be 16 gasifiers. Two evaporators. And 7 high-pressure furnaces. And that is 50 more prod modules. Cool. Bots should be able to deal with that. While they are doing so, what else have we got? How are fuel rods doing? They are trying. Oh, there's a bunch of them. Okay. Does that mean that we got a delivery up to Bodos? Are the Bodos Mark II running? They're trying. Okay. Yeah. We're just dumping out useless Mark I spores here. Awesome. I said I was going to end up with like 4,000 of these, so that's cool. But yeah, this is running. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I can consider that checked. Well, no, I can't, because I still have to install the modules. So the Bodos upgrade is not done. What I should do, though, is... I was going to say, I should, like, maybe make a Bodos modules available, like, subsection, and move this down into it. But that's effort. How are Zippiers doing? Getting there slowly. I don't know how long it's going to take to make 100 more of them, but a while is the answer. Sweet. I need to find where I want to set up the new lead mining. Where is there a good patch somewhere that I can easily hook up to rails? Here's pretty good. We can get rails like right here, I think, without being too much in the way of uranium processing there. That would work. There's this one, although this area is pretty funky with the coal mines. Over here, oh, right next to Renia. We could do that, actually. That's very straightforward. There's already rail infrastructure there. Let's do that. Do we have everything? We're waiting for one more gasifier. It's probably actually en route. It is not. What? Ah, there it is. It is on the... I was like, where's the Mark 1? I don't see it being built. I don't see it. I think it was being built, and then by the time I scrolled over, it had been built, and it was no longer showing up on any of the crafters. Oh, I don't need this anymore. Do I have anything else extra floating around in my inventory? A few random things. Cool. Let's do... I guess I'll set up the mine first, and then we can come up and try to refactor acetylene. I think that's a reasonable order of operations. Oh, but wait, no, we need 2 stations, don't we? Because we need to be able to bring in the acetylene. I didn't think about that. Okay. Plan A was this one then, and I think that is still a good plan. Let's just do a quick scan around. There's that one. Oh, but that's like under tracks. I don't want to deal with that. This one? Maybe. We do have track over here already. Yeah, I can set up a station here. Hooked up to the lead ore. Okay, let's do that one. It doesn't really matter. Is that too far north? Nope, I think it's perfect. And then on this side, we need the fluid drop off. Acetylene, done. I'm probably far enough along at this point that, like, We do not necessarily have to make these bare minimum sized anymore. Like, I could have added an extra half a dozen miners or something, because I am going to have to change this eventually. But with 60 items a second, I think we can just barely get away. There we go. We do have a little bit of acetylene here. We're going to burn through quite a bit of it, but this should... Well, this will at least get lead going again. And then I will have to go finish upgrading acetylene. How is lead doing? Yeah, I mean, we're getting... I like the waves of ore coming through the system. That's funny. Have we reached the point where, like, silver is actually running the way I want it to yet? No. Okay, we're still pulling enough lead through the system that, that we're not pushing it through here. Even with the upgraded throughput. And it's always in the form of lead plate. What's consuming heaps of lead plate? I don't know. I feel like there was something that I built recently that uses a bunch of lead plate, but I don't remember what it was. But with the train limits set appropriately now that we have extra lead available, this should be able to kind of go wild. What did I set the train limit to on iron, out of curiosity? 12. Okay. Let's just keep copying that, because that's what we need, is we need that much throughput. And it seems like iron is working, so. Currently 6 trains with this stop. Wow. All right, well, that's what we want to see, right? We want to see it trying to catch up. So. Let's do... Where am I? Where's acetylene? Acetylene is up here somewhere. Yeah. I'm going to need to readjust. Because we're going to have, 6 more in this setup. I am going to have to readjust how this whole thing is set up. Move some things around. Okay, let's head towards acetylene. Is this the best route? I think we cut up through here. And then west a little bit, and then north. Fortunately, all of this is paved. Where's acetylene again? Up here. Okay, so this right. And then zig back north. And it's right here. Beautiful. So, how do I want to do this? I'm not really sure. This is going to be shortened from 10 to 8, and then I'm going to have another 8. And then this is going to be shortened from 24 to 20, and then I'm going to have another 20. So I think I can pull maybe 2 off of here, off of this end, put them down here below it, and that would give us room. I mean, I don't think any of this is meaningful. I think it's just random leftover. That would work, and that would give me room to route some of that stuff. But then these high-pressure furnaces... I only need 1 more here. Okay. So that's not bad. I can drop that here. We just have to reroute the coke belt. Coke, we need a total of 34 a second now. So what I might actually do then is switch this, give these their own coke belt, and then bring this coke belt through for these guys separately. Actually, each of those only needs a yellow belt. Interesting. Each half only needs a yellow belt, I should say. Each of the 2 sets of 8. Yeah, certainly these go away. And then some of the ones at the top here also go away. And then we're gonna have to reroute some pipes afterwards. We're gonna accept that that is a problem that we're gonna have to deal with. So this is a row of 20 now, right? Yes. So this comes right here. What do we think? Mirrored or... I like the mirrored, but let's fix this first. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is this one here. And you know what? Let's just do it this way. That's fine. And then neither of these needs... These don't have to be red belts anymore for the charcoal or for the coke input. It's a total of 28 coke in, so 14 for each set. All right. So I mean, this just needs to be no longer filtered, right? We clear the filter, clear the output priority, and that does that. This needs to change. Oh, shoot. You know what I didn't get more of? I didn't get more soil extractors. It's only 7 here. And we're also going to need one more offshore pump. I'm glad I checked that. So yeah, I'm going to need more soil extractors for the limestone. That's fine. This also needs to come through slightly differently because we are going to have a third one of these. And then these use a total of 6.4 coke. So that's just a couple of inserters. And then everything else will be... except like the other way around. Actually, let's do it. We'll do this one here. And this will come out over this way. Somehow, I want to route this in here. It's a little bit of spaghetti. It's fine. Sure. And then for the like 6 a second that we need here, just like that. I do need more of these. There's only 7 here. I need 4 more. All right. Let's get that request in place. Soil extractor. 4 more. That should be it. Oh, and the evaporators need not as much expansion tank. I don't know why I have so much expansion tank on these. But we need 2 more of these, which are not really going to fit right here, are they? Will you fit like that? Ooh, you will. Okay, that's fine. Okay. That should pretty much, well... Yeah, that's fine. I do need to put an expansion tank back on that. But it shouldn't have to be a lot of expansion tank. Now we got to hook up all these, like, actual fluid outputs. Okay, yeah. That would help. And do I even need one more than that? Maybe. Okay, and then the acetylene out. Yeah, wants to be like here. Which is where I put this. Also where that needs to go. We'll get there. What else is missing? I'm missing water hookups. Yes. Do I think this water pipe is important? No, I don't. I don't care about fixing that. What did I do? Oh. No. God, no. This is why it's a bad idea to have random dangling undergrounds in your builds. That is the output. I think that's it. Probably this deserves to be a high throughput station for how much coke we're gonna need, but you know what? We'll burn that bridge when we come to it. And yeah, other than needing the additional soil extractors, so we have enough lime. This is done. Gonna add that to the top of my to-do list. Final soil extractors for acetylene. But that looks like it is working. Sweet. How is the new lead mine doing? Is it mining? Well, it's out of acetylene right now, so no, it's not, but I guess that was to be expected. Here's a question. How much lime are we using? We're using a total of 8 across both belts, so this is fine. We do not need to do anything weird with the belts here for a total of 8 across two belts. Yeah, these are all running. Okay, I'm gonna call it here for today. I've been hitting snooze on the ad break because I didn't want to do another ad break if I was gonna wrap up. Really good progress. We cleared a bunch of stuff off of the to-do list today. Did we get any milestones? Well, we got the antimony milestone. But yeah, we will be back tomorrow. We'll deal with those last few soil extractors, and hopefully with lead running better. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. We'll find something to work on. There's always something to work on. Worst case, while we're waiting for, like, the base to kind of recover from the silver shortage, we can spend some time in YAFC continuing to plan for blue chips, because we're dangerously close to blue chips. All right, thanks everybody for watching. I really, really appreciate it. If you find this video on YouTube and you want to watch me live, there is a link to my Twitch down in the description. And we will be back on Thursday with more pie.